Chapter 1176. In Valinor, there were two important cities, Vilma City, where Villa lived, and Tirion City, which was built by Nodo elves. There were three branches of elves that entered the Amen continent. They were the Loyal Elves, Fanya tribe, the German Elves, Nodo tribe, and the Italian Elves, Teleri tribe. The three tribes all had residences in Amen. The Fanya tribe were loyal servants of the Vera and lived together with the Vera in the city of Wilma. Tirion of the Noldor tribe lived on a hill near Wilma. The two tribes were not far from each other. The Teleri tribe loved the sea and built the port city of Okarandi. When Villa moved to the Amen continent, to defend against Mirko's attacks, she built a wall along the coastline of the Amen continent, a towering mountain range. Vilma and Tirion lived within the wall of the mountain range, while the Teleri tribe's port city was outside the mountain range. On the highest peak of the mountain range between the two was Manuel's palace. The other Villa elves often lived in Vilma City on the plains. Manuel and Valda had the mission of monitoring the eastern Middle-earth and lived on a mountain called Oyo Luashua. Today was the harvest festival. Nodo elves, Fanya elves, and all Villa elves went to Oyo Luashua's palace. Vilma City was empty, and there was no one on the streets of Tirion City. Dany and Mirko came to the outskirts of Vilma City. In the city, there were golden domes, silver floors, bright bronze corridors, sacred bells, and, standing on the city wall, one could see the European forest outside the city, Manduz's Hall, Nina's Hall, Lorien's Hall in the Dream World, and so on. All the sacred places were here, including the Golden Villa's Ring of Judgment outside the West Gate, and the gold and silver holy trees on the green hill beside the Ring of Judgment. The silver male Telperion had dark green leaves on one side and silver light on the other side. When the leaves fluttered, silver dewdrops fell. The golden female Laureline had tender green leaves and golden edges. Its flowers were like strings of golden flames, and as they swayed, golden rain sprinkled down. The water droplets from the two holy trees were collected by Valda in huge buckets. Bright wells could be seen everywhere in Valinor. At this time, the soft light of the two holy trees intertwined, and the quiet Wilma city was filled with silver and golden radiance, sacred and beautiful to the extreme. Gulp. Dany swallowed her saliva and looked at the twin trees with infatuation. She murmured softly, "So this is the twin sacred trees. There is actually such a beautiful thing in the world. I can't bear to destroy it." Mirko was also dazzled. He wished that he could swallow them all. In the distance, the cheerful singing of Villa, Maya, and elves could be heard from the mountain peaks of Oyu and Luo Shui. If one looked closely, they could see countless gods and elves in splendid attire dancing happily on the hillside facing the twin holy trees. On the other side of the mountain, the Teleri elves were also singing by the sea. The quiet and peaceful city, the people singing joyfully. What a great and beautiful world. Why? Why am I not the respected Villa? Why am I here to destroy this place? Why? Dany stared greedily at the twin holy trees. She pinched her fingers and complained pretentiously. After being pretentious by her, Mirko woke up from his intoxication. His face gradually became ferocious. "Now is our party time." Dany could not wait to get close, wanting to swallow the holy trees in one bite. But in the next moment, the gold and silver light flashed, and she screamed in panic. "Ah, the holy trees have spirits. They have activated Villa's blessing. I am not allowed to get close. Ha ha ha, I am Villa too." Mirko laughed maniacally and jumped onto the hill. A black spear appeared out of nowhere and pierced into the core of the holy trees like lightning. Dany seemed to hear a mournful wail. Like a mortal being pierced in the heart, the sap of the holy trees was like blood, spraying out. Unknowingly, the eye of Angorian appeared in the sky and cast a blood-red light on Valino. "Hurry up, the holy trees are not dead yet," Mirko urged. Dany immediately pounced, her body expanding to the size of a small hill. She opened her huge mouth and held the 2 holy trees in her mouth as if she was holding 2 lollipops. Ah! Like a person dying of hunger and thirst who had encountered the peach juice of the Queen Mother, Danny's soul let out a carefree moan. The 2 holy trees were like 2 straws inserted into the ground, sucking up all the sap in the tree trunks. She also extracted a huge amount of strange energy from the ground. It was the healing power of life, fire, and sorrow. As the huge mysterious energy entered her body, Danny's body expanded uncontrollably. She was taller than Villa's city gate and bigger than the palace. The terrifying aura and black miasma that she emitted made Mirko, who was at the side, stunned and tremble. Villa, who was on Oyo Luo's snow mountain, could not help but gulp when she saw the darkness that covered Velino below. The 2 holy trees are dead. Let's run, Mirko begged. I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Danny turned her body, like an aircraft carrier turning 180 degrees at sea. She was so powerful that the ground rumbled. Her greedy eyes landed on the well, which contained all the dewdrops that Valda had collected since the birth of the 2 holy trees. Just a small bucket of dewdrops was enough to create a Big Dipper. Just how vast was the energy it contained? Those wells were like the rows of wine glasses that the bride's family had placed in front of the wedding procession on the day of the wedding. The groomsmen on the groom's side drank 1 glass after another. In a short while, all the well water had entered Danny's stomach. Her body became even bigger. She breathed out a mouthful of black smoke, and the whole of Velino turned dark, filled with pure black. The black became a thick, solid substance. She spat out a mouthful of venom, and Villa's holy temple turned into a stinky swamp. The elves, Maya, and even Villa, who were looking down with their eyes wide open, covered their eyes and wailed. Only the green smoke of the venom could be seen. The venom seeped into the body, soul, and mind through the eyes, trying to kill every bit of light. Valda's expression was grim. She waved her hand, and endless starlight blocked them from the venom. Manway's eyes emitted a bright green light, but he could not see the scene below clearly. Oh no, we've been too high. Manway was the spokesperson of Iru. Just a cold glance from him made Danny's scalp tingle. She woke up instantly and pulled Mirko to run. As she ran, she released the black miasma into the world. The next moment, the world was covered by a black quilt called, None of You Can See. No one could see him anymore. Even someone as powerful as Manway could only see a black shadow moving quickly towards the northeast. It must be Mirko. He's heading towards Ongband, Manway said. And so, Villa's pursuit began. Olami took the lead. Golden sparks appeared under Nahal's hooves, and the army of beasts shook the earth. They were about to catch up with the 2 fleeing bandits. Danny turned around and breathed a mouthful of black smoke at him. The Beast King and his dog immediately lost their sense of direction and ran randomly in the cotton candy-like black smoke. Torkas and another Villa caught up with them in the second wave. Danny breathed out another mouthful of black smoke, which was mixed with a large amount of spider webs. Torkas was accidentally tripped by the spider webs and fell flat on his face. When Villa's main force arrived, Danny and Mirko had already disappeared from their range of perception. Continue to breathe out black smoke. We're turning around. We're not going back to Ongband, Mirko pulled Danny and said. She was not in the right state at the moment. Although she had regained her rationality, her body would swell from time to time. Her stomach was full and hungry. She frowned, and her face was pale. She seemed to be in great pain. Angorian, what's wrong with you? Mirko also noticed that something was wrong with her. I seem to have eaten a little too much, but also too little, Danny said. Is it too much or too little? Mirko was confused. Danny thought for a while and said, put it in a small bucket. I have too much in my stomach. Put it in a bigger bucket, but it's not enough. Mirko was enlightened, you're about to level up. Let's find more food. Danny was a little hesitant, is there anything else to eat in Amen? She had an inexplicable sense of crisis in her heart. She could not eat anymore. But the desire of gluttony tortured her deeply. She longed for the satisfaction and happiness when she drank the sap of the two holy trees. To be honest, she had never been as happy as she was in the world of Song of Ice and Fire for so many years. Desire, the source of evil and corruption, was also the greatest source of happiness. "I want the Silmarillion," Mirko said. "You want to give it to me?" Danny asked. Mirko said vaguely, "You'll be satisfied when the time comes." So, they released the darkness together and wrapped Arda in thick black clouds. Valinor lost its former glory. Although Manwë used the wind to drive away the black smoke and poisonous miasma, and although Varda summoned the starlight again, the sacred Vilma city was still dark. Outside the golden ruling circle, the figures of Villa were also shrouded in darkness. The nearby elves and Maya cried loudly. The crying and darkness replaced the previous joyful light and song. Crybaby Nina's eyes were like an open faucet. Tears rolled down, but she could not revive the two holy trees that had been gnawed off. Yavanna, after checking the withered roots, got up happily and said, "Fino is really farsighted. His Silmarillion stored the living glory of the two holy trees. Even the most powerful Vera could only complete certain creations once in this world through the will of the heavens. The light of the two holy trees that I created, at least in this universe, can't be recreated again. Now, the two holy trees are being squeezed dry by Angorian like sugarcane. But as long as there is a trace of light, the seed of holy light, I can make it sprout again." Danny was shocked. Yavanna is so powerful. At this time, Valinor was surrounded by darkness. Even though Villa's face and body were shining with the light of Amen, they were still shrouded in darkness. No one could see their expressions clearly. In addition, thousands of elves surrounded them. They were densely packed, and their auras were mixed. Danny and Mirko, who were covered in the black miasma, could also hide in the shadows cast by the elves at the outermost layer. "Sigh, I should have stomped my feet and pulled out all the roots under the green prison," Mirko said regretfully. Then, he became excited again and smiled. "But it's okay. Villa is always so hypocritical. She never forces people to do things, and Fino will never hand over the gem." It had to be said that Boss Me was really good at reading people. When Manwë asked Fino if he was willing to take out the gem and let Yavanna save the two holy trees, the tall, fair-skinned elven prince with a stubborn face looked gloomy and did not say a word. "Ha, ha, ha." Mirko laughed happily. Chapter 1177. Fino's silent rejection and silent resistance made the villa's smiles slowly disappear because of the hope of the twin holy trees being saved. Laughing, Tonkas was the first to lose control and roared, "I can't believe that there's someone who can reject Yavanna. The flowers and plants you see, the wine you drink, the bread you fill your stomach, the sweet fruits. Which one of them wasn't given to you by her? Wasn't she the one who created the holy light in the Silmarillion in the beginning?" Fino clenched his teeth and still didn't say a word. Tonkas raised his fist and was about to hit him. The big Aeoli stopped him and advised, "Don't worry, give Fino time to think slowly. Asking him to give up the gemstones is as serious as asking Yavanna to destroy the twin holy trees. The twin holy trees were born by fate, so was the Silmarillion. It can only be born once. After it's destroyed, it can't be reforged. But the Silmarillion has all of Fino's efforts, skills, and even a part of the fire born in his soul." Fino glanced at Aeoli with some gratitude in his eyes, but he still said coldly, "No matter what happens to the gemstones in the end, I can be sure that I won't hand them over willingly. If Villa wants to snatch them, I can't resist, but I'll be sure of one thing, you Villa and Mirko are in cahoots, both of you want to get my gemstones." "Good fellow." Danny exclaimed. The elves were shocked, and Villa was shocked. The handsome and sunny god of death Menduz said with a gloomy face, "Fino, son of Fenway, do you know that once you say this, it'll be hard to take back the water that's spilled?" Fino didn't panic or fear, instead, he showed the anger on his face even more blatantly. "Ha ha ha, this is all thanks to me," I whispered in his ear, and he heard it. Mirko was so excited that his body trembled. "Quick, let's move quickly." Before Fino showed any signs of changing his mind, let him firmly resist Villa's crime become an unchangeable fact. At this moment, his will was firm, but after a few years or decades, he who was used to the glory of the twin holy trees might change his mind. Moreover, Fëa Nua was a filial son and a loving father. He loved the Silmarillion more than he respected Villa and feared death, but his love for his father far exceeded the Silmarillion. I saw through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. As long as his father, wife, son, and tribesmen persuaded him, as long as the crybaby Nina shed a few more tears in front of him, as long as he gradually grew tired of dark Valinor without the twin holy trees, he would definitely change his mind, kneel, and offer Yavanna the gemstone. But I won't allow it. I want everything to be settled at this moment. With that, he pulled Dany and ran north. Back then, Bosmi had disguised himself as Nodo's friend and poisoned Fëanor and his people. For example, Villa asked the elves to move to the Amen continent to imprison them. For example, Fëanor's two half-brothers wanted to usurp his father's love and property. Fëa Nua was affected by this and spouted nonsense. He said blasphemous words about Villa and even pointed his sword at his own brother. In the end, he was brought to the ruling circle by Villa and sentenced to 12 years of exile. Therefore, Fëa Nua left Tyrion with his son and built a fortress called Fomenos, north of Vilma city. All these years, the gems that Fëa Nua had forged were all placed in Fomenos' treasury. For this year's harvest feast, Manwë was prepared to be a good person and invite Fëa Nua to his palace to set him up with his two brothers. Don't doubt it. God King Manwë often did this kind of work for the neighborhood committee aunties. In reality, Villa and the elves were too honest. If they did not cause trouble, there would be no big deal. The quarrel between the princes was already the biggest trouble in Valinor's history. Fomenos was the fortress of Nodo's royal family, so there would definitely be guards. However, when Mirko lifted the black miasma cloak and revealed the terrifying tyrant Eudemo's true form, Nodo's guards could not hold their swords under the aura of fear and scattered. "Evil demon king, if you want to enter my house, you'll have to step over my dead body." In the end, a tall and muscular middle-aged, majestic elf blocked the way. When he said this, the eye of Angorian emerged from the black clouds again. The Elf King's resolute and strong face was covered with a layer of blood. The eye of Angorian. He was stunned. He seemed to have understood his fate, but his eyes were even more resolute. "Ha ha ha, Fenway, I'm very satisfied with your request." Mirko laughed. Fenway, one of the three powers, one of the three elf kings who had left Lake Cuvian in the early years and followed Ollum to Valinor. He was the king of the German elves, Nodo's, Fëa Nua's father. He was not exiled, but he was dissatisfied with Villa's punishment of his son. He swore that as long as Villa did not accept Fëa Nua, he would not return to Tyrion City, Nodo's elf kingdom. The old king was indeed a first-generation elf of the Hamite generation. He actually held a great sword and fought with Mirko for dozens of rounds. During the fight, he even injured Bosmi a few times. Dany's mouth twitched as she watched from the side. She wanted to help him. Bah, trash. In the end, Bosmi stabbed the exhausted Fenway with his spear and spat proudly. Only then did he rush into the elven treasury impatiently. Bosmi was not very good at fighting. But in other aspects, he had always stood at the top of the mountain. For example, the secret lock of the elves was like floating clouds to him. "Mirko, I curse you." When the messenger elf ran back to Velma and told Fëa Nua about the tragedy that had happened in Fomenos, Fëa Nua was furious and furious. "Mirko, I curse you, you are Morgoth." Fëa Nua gave Bosmi a new name. Mirko was the name of Anu, which represented greatness and strength. Morgoth was the Elvish language, which meant, the dark enemy of the universe. From then on, all elves and later humans called Boss me Morgoth. Mirko was gradually forgotten by mortals. Other than cursing Morgoth, Fëa Nua also cursed Manwë's summoning loudly. Mirko's goal was achieved. He made Fëa Nua's fight against Villa a reality. In fact, whether Fëa Nua agreed to hand over the gemstone or not, it would not change the outcome of the gemstone being stolen by Mirko. But if he agreed, his relationship with Villa would return to the past, and not like now, where there was nothing left except curses and resentment. King, you've gotten rid of your past rudeness and directness. You've finally mastered the art of evil, Dany praised. Sigh, being locked up in Mando's prison for 1,000 years, I didn't spend it in vain. Manwë asked me to calm down and repent. I listened and began to recall the past. I gradually realized the inadequacies of the past. Recalling the idea that you put forward in the early years to make evil more artistic, I suddenly had an epiphany. Then, I practiced hard in the prison for 1,000 years and finally achieved what I have today, Mirko sighed. Dany grinned and asked curiously, what grudge does that Fëa Nua have with you? Why do you have to torture him like this? He called me a prisoner of Mando's in public and asked me to get out of his house. Mirko growled with resentment, I'm the most powerful Ainu. He's just a mortal, how dare he insult the king of gods? Dany was silent. They went all the way north, passed through the north of the Amen continent, crossed the walled mountains, and entered the Arctic Ocean. Then, they turned east and returned to Middle-earth. Only when they hid in the cave at the bottom of Angband did Mirko breathe a sigh of relief. King, you said there's still something for me to eat. Dany looked at the pile of treasures looted from Fëa Nua's treasury eagerly. Old Me's General Fëa Nua's treasury was emptied. Looking at her fearfully, Mirko said painfully, eat them one by one. Stop when you're full. Fëa Nua was the greatest craftsman among the elves and Aoki's disciple. The gems he forged were not only beautiful, but also full of powerful and magical power. For example, the Palantir crystal, which was the true vision crystal that Saruman often held in his hands in The Lord of the Rings. Sauron also had one. It could see any place it wanted to see, and it could also communicate with other people who held the crystal, and even transmit magic energy. The gems that could be called divine weapons in The Lord of the Rings were only Fëa Nua's most ordinary creation. They were not even qualified to be put in Fomino's treasury. According to her heart, Dany did not want to waste natural resources and chew on the divine gems like jelly beans. However, she was neither up nor down at the moment. She was hungry and full, and it was very uncomfortable. Under Mirko's regretful gaze, and under the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of the other demon kings, Dany grabbed a handful of sparkling gems and stuffed them into her mouth as if she was eating popcorn. Bam, bam, bam. Colorful radiance shot out from between her teeth, covering the dark and gloomy cave with a gorgeous and magnificent light. Burp, the gems that were as tall as a hill were all eaten up. Dany touched her belly and looked at Mirko's tightly clenched fist. My lord, do you have any more hidden gems? No. Mirko shook his head repeatedly. Open your hands and let me see. Mirko opened his hands. As expected, other than the crystal treasure box in his left hand, there was not a single gem. This is the Silmarillion. Dany swallowed her saliva. The Silmarillion is mine. You can't eat it, Mirko said sternly. Dany nodded. I'm not eating it. I just want to see it. Mirko hesitated for a moment. Seeing that there were only his followers in the palace, he was not afraid that she would snatch it away by force. He opened the lid of the treasure box. Dany, Sauron and the nearby demon lords looked over curiously. Buzz, a white light that was as sharp as a blade shot out. All the demon lords, including Dany, could not help but cover their faces and step back. However, the pain was only temporary. The demon lords were afraid of the light, but Dany and the other demon lords quickly got used to the light of the Silmarillion. What a terrifying holy light! Angorian, how did you devour the twin holy trees? Soren asked in disbelief. The twin holy trees and the Silmarillion were both sanctified by Manwë. They now have life and will. If I did not severely damage the cores of the twin holy trees, Angorion would not be able to get close to them, Mirko said proudly. Bam, bam, bam. His right hand that was holding the gems made a sound like a steak being fried. Stinky black smoke came out from it. In just a short while, his hand was burnt black and withered by the Silmarillion. Does it hurt? Soren could not help but ask. It hurts, but it feels good. Angorion, what are you doing? Mirko suddenly shouted. Unknowingly, a circle of darkness spread around Dani's body. The light around her, especially the light released by the Silmarillion, was all cast into the darkness. He could even distinguish the rays of light that curved in the air. Oh no, I saw the Silmarillion. I lost control again. Dani's voice was distorted in the darkness. Did you really lose control, or are you pretending? Mirko held the Silmarillion tightly and hid it behind his back. He shouted angrily. I really lost control. Quick, throw a Silmarillion into my mouth. I'm almost satisfied. Dani's body was trembling, as if she was trying her best to control her body and desire. The Silmarillion is mine. Whoever dares to have any ideas about them will die. Attack together and kill Angorion. Mirko retreated into the group of flame demons and ordered loudly. Hundreds and thousands of true god-level flame demons surrounded him. Chapter 1178. Boss me, I'm losing control. At first, Dani was indeed pretending to be crazy. However, the more she absorbed the light of the gemstone, the stronger the hunger in her stomach. To be honest, even if the law of Tao Tai was fully developed, with Dani's nature of fire creation, she would not be controlled by it so many times. She was very rational. Most of the time, she was just pretending to be crazy. She was using her craziness to gain benefits. However, this did not mean that the desire to eat was fake. On the contrary, the desire to devour everything had been bothering her. Dani never knew that a mere law could have such a huge impact on her. The first time, at the Wall of Night, she had devoured Mirko's secret flame origin. It was not big. It was only the total amount of the first flame after devouring all the demon gods in the Battle of Smoke Sea. The second time, during the Battle of the Colossal Lamp, just the power of the secret flame within the Colossal Lamp was enough to create 10 Song of Ice and Fire realms. In addition, after the battle, the Colossal Lamp had devoured the earth fire from 4 Song of Ice and Fire realms to repair the damage to the earth. The third time, during the second Battle of the Gods between Villa and Mirko, she did not participate. Instead, she had repaired the earth after the battle. There were about 2 Ice and Fire worlds' origins. The key was the fourth time. She had completely devoured Valino's twin holy trees and Valda's lake and well. A bottle of dew from the twin holy trees could create a small star. A bucket of dew could create a big star the size of the Big Dipper. How much energy did Dani absorb? Such a vast amount of energy. Even Dani was afraid when she thought about it. Now, something terrifying had finally happened. Lord Mirko, I really can't control myself this time. Dani's voice gradually turned ferocious. If you can't control yourself, then don't. At the back of the demon army, Mirko had ensured his safety. His tone was relaxed. Attack together. Kill her. He ordered the Balrog and fallen Maya. I'm sorry, my good friends Arg. Dani raised her head and let out a terrifying howl. A black beam of light shot out from her mouth. Hiss! In just a moment, the Anjuban fortress, which was hundreds of kilometers deep, evaporated, revealing the empty night sky. Mirko was dumbfounded. All the demons were at a loss, trembling in fear. In Manwë's palace far away, Villa, who was discussing whether to immediately attack Morgoth, stopped arguing and looked towards the northeast in shock. A huge black beam of light pierced through the sky and went straight into the dark universe. Some stars blocked the path of the black light and were directly reduced to nothingness. However, the eye of Angorian was not affected. It appeared above Danny Angorian's head, bringing an ominous bloody light to its master. Ah, the eye of the Angorian. As expected, it was a star of calamity. It even devoured its master. Angorian's death knell has rung, Soren said with a trembling voice. Not good, the ominous bloody light cast by the Bane has also landed on our faces. Run, Angorian is about to evolve to its final form. The others were shocked, but the little old goblin Sagrado, who had no sense of existence, suddenly exclaimed in shock. Tyrant Utamo lifted the goblin and shook it vigorously, asking loudly, "Speak clearly, what is the final form?" King Mirko, run, run. The goblin was suspended in mid-air, kicking his short legs with all his might. He urged anxiously, "Leave this place quickly, Angorian is about to turn into a black hole." TSK TSK TSK. At this moment, Danny opened her arms, and hundreds and thousands of silver spider webs shot out. Just like the thousand-hand guanine. The spider webs were like the long tongues of frogs. They licked a mosquito at lightning speed and retracted in an instant. The flame demons and fallen Maya were more helpless and weak than mosquitoes, but they were more delicious. King, save, once the wailing demons entered the dark well behind her, they disappeared without a trace. The deeper the darkness, the more it expanded. The bloody light cast by the Bane in the sky became denser. Ah, the Bane has betrayed us. This is my bloody disaster. We gave it our blessings. A demon king who was entangled by the spider webs wailed loudly. It's not a blessing, it's a curse. I curse it. Another demon king was filled with deep hatred. He cursed half of it, but it was immediately swallowed by the darkness. Gulp. Mirko swallowed with difficulty. With a whoosh, he disappeared from the Angiban pit with the goblin in his arms. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Seeing that the situation was not good, Soren and the other demon kings disappeared one after another. Those who could not disappear, were finally pulled into the darkness by the spider webs and digested cleanly. Kaboom! After some time, the earth in the north shook. Rocks and trees slowly floated up. A dot of black light floated from the bottom of the pit. It followed the black light that shot out from Danny's mouth and floated into the sky, entering the wall of darkness, outer space. What is the form of a black hole? Mirko mumbled as he looked at the darkness in the distance. It's like that bastard's heart is too dark, and he tricked all of us. All of the fated ones who entered Iya were chosen by it, and they could provide what Iya lacked. Sagrado sighed. Get to the point. Mirko growled. King, do you know about the abyss? I'm the abyss of darkness and evil, Mirko said impatiently. The old goblin's mouth twitched a few times and said, once, a magic queen in the Faerun continent summoned me to the second level of the abyss. In the second level alone, there were no less than 10 terrifying demon kings like you. Bam! Tyrant Utamo punched the goblin's head and roared, Bastard, how dare you humiliate me like this? King, this is not a humiliation. The demon kings of the abyss feed on the world. All the worlds in the universe are their hunting grounds. Being able to enter the top 10 is already enough to shock countless universes, Sagrado said hurriedly. I don't believe you. Sagrado sighed. Alright, I was wrong. If you went to the bottomless abyss, you would be the only ruler of the 666th level at least. There are 666 levels. Mirko was shocked. How big is the abyss? It's infinitely big. It's the amalgamation of all the chaos, evil, ugliness, and brutality in the universe. Angorian is an immature seed of the abyss that was born in the dark dimension. Just like allowing her to enter the first level and devour so much of the origin of secret flames, we hoped that she would mature and hatch the embryonic form of the abyss. Of course, just like creating a plain world that is not flat, bam. Mirko punched him again and scolded, "You're trying to fool me again. Why is the land of Arda not flat?" A flash of hatred flashed across Sagrado's eyes, and the flattering smile on his face grew. "This is only the initial form of the universe. Have you forgotten the final form of the first level in the grand movement? It's an astral universe with countless huge galaxies." Mirko was confused. "Aren't the other universes like this?" Sagrado smiled. "Some are, and some are not. It's decided by the will and power of the Creator. For example, the same stellar universe model, but the Creator's power is not as strong. Only the Earth and the solar system are real, and the other scenes are projections. The stellar universe model must have a black hole." Mirko was not short of intelligence, and soon understood. No matter how beautiful the trees and flowers are, they still need roots. The black hole is the root of the galaxy, and also the main root of the universe. Perhaps a natural black hole can also be evolved through the accumulation of mass, but that kind of black hole is far inferior to the Angorian seed of the abyss. After all, the purpose of the creation of the universe is not to create the universe. In the end, the universe will return to one. It wants to get everything: matter, energy, time, laws, the fate of every life, everything. A normal black hole can't record so much, and it can't optimize the information naturally like the abyss with life. Even if this era ends, even if it ends up at the top of the universe, the Angorian black hole can help it evolve into a bottomless abyss. Sagrado sighed. "How do you know so much?" Mirko was puzzled. Sagrado's smile became strange. "Everyone has their own talent. I can cross all obstacles and respond to the summons of powerful mages in any world. Every top mage is a treasure trove of knowledge in that world. Every time I respond to their summons, I can get part of their knowledge as a reward. It's an equal exchange." "You can leave the first level." Mirko was shocked. Sagrado looked at the night sky. Vaguely, in the depths of the northern sky, there was a dark vortex that was so thick that it could not be dissolved. Even the nearby starlight was absorbed. "Only a part of my thoughts and a law entered the first level, but the price I have to pay to leave is far more than that. So, I won't leave," he said softly. Mirko's expression changed. "I want your knowledge. My king, when have I ever rejected you?" Sagrado smiled strangely. "Very well, let's return to Angband now. In order to avenge his father's death, in order to take back the Silmarillion, and also because he had enough of Villa's vexation, not long after Dany ascended, Fino called on Nodo's elves to leave the cage set by Villa and go to the free and rich Middle-earth to live a normal life. At the same time, he also wanted to take revenge on Morgoth. Fino and his son swore in the name of Manwë and Valda, anyone who dares to seize or possess the Silmarillion, no matter if he is Villa, the Demon King, an elf or a human, we will pursue him to the ends of the earth and to the end of time with revenge and hatred in our hearts." Manwë's messenger, Eonwë, said to Fino a sentence that represented the fate of all the mortals in the Lord of the Rings world: "As long as the first level is still here, the universe has not reached its end. Other than Villa, no one can think of defeating any Villa. Any action or oath that challenges Varys will fail." Fino looked up to the sky and laughed, his heroic spirit reaching the clouds, "Leaving the Amen continent, leaving Villa's protection, I will lose a lot, but at least I will have the freedom to choose the path I want to take. I might fail against Mirko, or I might be killed by him, but at least in the face of my enemy, I did my best and launched an action. I did not sit around and grieve all day. All of you powerful beings, just watch. On the day I die in battle, the damage I cause to Mirko will definitely shock all of you." Fino was the first mortal to openly rebel against the gods. Even though his achievements in his life were fewer than many elf kings, and his evil deeds were more than all the elves, he was still the greatest king of Nodo that Villa also recognized. Later on, there were also humans who challenged the gods, but they were out of ugly desires, and they were also bewitched by Sorin to the point of losing their rationality. They could not be compared to Fino, who always had a clear mind and knew what he wanted for the sake of righteous revenge. The influence of the holy oath on fate was even more terrifying than in the Song of Ice and Fire world. Just as he finished bragging in front of Ianwi, Fino fell into the curse of challenging Villa's oath. He killed his own family. The Amen continent and the Middle Earth were separated by a deep and narrow sea. When they first came over, it was Yumu who used a small island as a boat to pull the elves over. Now that they wanted to go back, they could only take a boat. The Teleri elves lived by the sea and had many boats, but they were clingy. On one hand, they agreed with Fino that Nodo is a great benefactor to the Teleri race, P.S., but on the other hand, they were unwilling to lend their boats to the Nodo elves. Worried that a long delay would cause trouble, Fino brought the Nodo elves and directly snatched the boat. The Teleri elves resisted, and the two races fought. On that day, a blood-red star appeared in the sky above the harbor of Okarandi. The black Magatama on the eye of Angorian changed for the first time. One of the Magatama inside turned from a dead gray to a living pure black. It had evolved. Nodo could be said to be the Germany of the elves, not the current Germany, but the Teleri had always been dull. If the Teleri won, the crime of killing their own family would fall on them. Fortunately, their combat strength was weak, and they became the victims. Just like being dull, they failed early and became the victors. Chapter 1179. After the massacre of his family, death god Manduz appeared and made a prophecy to the Nodo elves. Villa will seal off Velinor, and all of you will be banished forever. Villa went back on his word. No matter where you go, Villa's wrath will envelop the Fino family and those who follow him. Regardless of whether it is considered righteous or kind, or evil or malicious, you will be driven to do it by the oath, and the end result will be a disaster. But even if you do so many things that go against ethics and morality, you will not be able to get back the Silmarillion that you have always desired. Treachery will happen often, and you will live in fear of being betrayed. The Fino family will be homeless forever, and in the end, have nothing. This was not only a prophecy, but also a curse. When Manduz made such a prophecy to the Nodo elves, it meant that Manduz had chosen such a future for the Nodo elves. This was a way for the gods to punish the mortals. There was no escape and no resistance. The more one escaped, the more one resisted, the faster a tragic fate would befall them. Hearing Manduz's curse, many of the Nodo elves felt fear. Fino's third half-brother, who had originally said that he would accompany his elder brother to the end, also left the large group with the people who trusted him out of fear and frustration. They returned to Vilma City and knelt before Villa to beg for forgiveness. Thus, another group of servant elves was born. The Nodo elves who stayed in Velinor completely lost their former glory and courage, and became Villa's loyal servants, just like the Fanya family. Their story ended there. Until the destruction of the universe, they did not sing a different song. In the face of Manduz's curse, Fino was determined. Villa's wrath and curse are only one of the many disasters that threaten us. From the beginning, when I made the oath, I had the awareness to walk towards destruction. Because I know very well that the Morgoth that I am going against is the strongest Villa. Mortals cannot challenge Villa. I will not and have no power to object to this statement. But if I had listened to Manduz's prophecy and become fearful, cowardly, and fearful, I would have given up my vengeance against Morgoth. Then, for the rest of my eternal life, I would have suffered from cowardice and regret. I accept any fate that still befalls me after I fight against it, but I must add a footnote to this fate: I have worked hard to create glory. My descendants, please spread my life's achievements through the ages. Unfortunately, fate was far more cruel to him than he thought. Nodo had two younger brothers of the same father but different mothers. The second brother was Finguofeng, and the third brother was Finnefen. The three Nodo princes all had children and subjects. The three brothers had disagreements in their early years. Weren't they born from the same mother? In addition to Mirko's instigation, Fino once pointed his sword at the eldest brother and the second brother and scolded loudly. Because of this rotten matter, Fino was exiled by Manwë for 12 years. However, Manwë was a good person. He took advantage of the harvest festival to drag the three brothers to his palace and kindly advised them to respect each other. It was also at that time that Dani and Mirko launched a sneak attack on the twin holy trees. Although Welinor met with a great disaster, the relationship between the three brothers had indeed eased a little. When the eldest brother, Fino, said that he was going to leave, the other two brothers immediately followed. However, after Manduz finished cursing, the third brother first brought his clansmen back to kowtow to Villa and admit his mistake. Later on, he even became the elf king of Nodo in Tyrian city. The second brother was more kind, but his subordinates complained that Fino had harmed them as they trudged. Basically, their loyalty could not be guaranteed. Hence, when they were crossing the sea, Fino betrayed his second brother. He first took a boat to cross the sea with his own people, but after crossing the strait, he burned the boat. It was a very foolish act. If it was Dani, she would never do that even if she was beaten to death. If she did, it would mean that Manduz's curse had been fulfilled, betraying one's friends and family. However, Fino had sacrificed so much for the oath and the curse. His integrity, but he still could not create great achievements in the Middle Lands. Fate was too cruel to him. He finally came to the Middle Lands, but it was only a day trip. When he burned the boat, the smoke was too thick. He was discovered by the half-orc sentries under Mirko and rushed over to besiege him. Faced with a group of half-orc patrols, Fino naturally would not be defeated. However, the bad thing was that he won too easily and misjudged the strength of Mirko's dark army. He left the main group and took the lead to chase after the half-orc scattered soldiers. He chased too fiercely and was about to reach Anjabin's lair. Even Boss Me knew that he was here. Hence, the fire demons appeared. The fire demon king, Gusmog, led dozens of fire demons to besiege Fino. In the end, Fino was rescued by his sons, but his injuries were too severe and he died. He had just crossed the sea for less than a month. However, Fino was also considered free and easy. He died in such a sullen manner and still had the leisure to point at the Eye of Calamity above his head and curse Morgoth 3 times in a row. If evil was quantified, Mirko's life was filled with heinous crimes. He destroyed Villa's creation, he pushed down the giant lamp, he captured the elves and twisted them into half-orcs, he pushed down the twin holy trees, and he did countless other evil things after that. However, among all the evil deeds, Fino's loss was the most evil thing he had ever done. Fino was the closest to God among all the children of Ilúvatar, but he was a mortal with the most humanity. The powerful power of destiny brought about by Ilúvatar's most outstanding children allowed the Eye of Calamity to hatch another Magatama. After Fino's death, Mirko pretended to be afraid of the power of Nodo's elves and proposed to negotiate peace with Fino's eldest son. The eldest son of Fino's family was not stupid. Of course, he would not believe Morgotha's words. He agreed to negotiate because he planned to secretly ambush and kill the Devil Lord who came to negotiate. A hungmen banquet in another world. This idea was not bad. Unfortunately, the people that Boss Fino secretly arranged were not as many as Mirko secretly arranged. The eldest son was caught, tortured, and imprisoned until his second uncle returned with the remaining clansman Fino's second brother who was left on the other side of the burning ship world. When the eldest cousin of the second uncle's family heard about the eldest son's encounter, he recalled the friendship and kinship of the past. The father's generation had disagreements, but the relationship between the cousins was very good, and decided to disregard the former enmity to rescue him. He succeeded and once again fulfilled Manduz's curse. The eldest son was an open-minded person. In order to repay his cousin's life-saving grace, he gave the righteous title of Nodo's Supreme King to his second uncle. Fino was the eldest son, and the eldest son was Fino's eldest son. Therefore, he had the legal right to inherit the title of Nodo's Elf King. However, by giving the throne to his second uncle, Manduz's curse of Fino's family will lose everything was fulfilled. What was even more terrifying was that it fulfilled another curse. No matter whether it was out of kindness or malice, there would not be a good ending in the end. His cousin disregarded the former enmity and saved the eldest son, which was definitely out of kindness. The eldest son knew how to repay the kindness and took out the most precious thing in his possession to repay his cousin, which was definitely out of kindness. However, their kindness led to the worst ending. The eldest son was not alone. He still had 6 younger brothers. The matter of the king became the catalyst for many of Prince Nodo's later conflicts. The above was only one of Fino's misfortunes. In the days to come, as long as the son of Fino who had made the oath back then was still alive, the curse would be endless. It would be fulfilled one by one in various ingenious ways, and it would be fulfilled repeatedly. During this period, there was another drastic change in Middle-earth. The sun rose for the 3rd time. The first sun was the villa's giant lamp, and the second sun was the twin holy trees. In order to expel the darkness, the villa finally did something human. They created a real sun. Manduz was definitely a sly old fox, but the villa was basically a genuinely good person. Although Manduz's curse was Villa's prophecy, the path was always chosen by Fino himself. Villa could not interfere with the fate of Aluvita's children. The fate of mortals would not even be specifically controlled by Manduz. Manduz wanted fate to evolve freely in the individual's choice, so as to obtain something that jumped out of his own expectations and control. Towards Fino's tragic fate, Manwë even shed tears. He asked Manduz to convey the prophecy, not because he wanted to see Fino's misfortune, but because he hoped that Fino would not fulfill his own fate. For the upcoming humans, and also to repair the damage caused by Mirko, Manwë asked Yavanna and Nina to do their best to repair the twin holy trees. Nina's tears were almost dry, and Yavanna's throat was almost hoarse from singing. Finally, a miracle happened. The male tree's roots bloomed with a silver flower, and the female tree's roots bore a golden fruit. Manwë conferred the silver flower and the golden fruit as saints, which was to give them spirituality. Aoki and his subordinate Maya Taylor made a spaceship for them, a magic spaceship. Valda sang the song of the moon to the silver flower, and the song of the sun to the golden fruit. The song of the sun and the moon made them shine brightly. After that, Valda placed them on 2 spaceships, launched them into the sky, and circled Arda. Thus, the sun and the moon were born. The golden fruit of the female tree was the sun, and the silver flower of the male tree was the moon. Villa also chose a young man and woman from the Maya to pilot the 2 magic spaceships. Tyrion, the hunter under Olami, piloted the moon ship, and Yerion, the mate of the white flower fairy, piloted the sun ship. Mirko wanted to destroy the new radiance, just like how he dealt with Villa's giant lamp and the twin holy trees of Valinor, but he met his match this time. The sun and moon were guarded by Yerion and Tyrion, and with the powerful spaceship itself, the assassins he sent all returned in failure. Sigh, if Angorion was still here, why would I waste my energy on you bunch of good-for-nothings? Mirko started to miss Dany, but it was not until 300 years later that he saw her again. At that time, she was no longer Angorion, but a stranger who represented the mysterious and unknown. On the day the sun rose for the first time, humans woke up in the east of Middle-earth, the ancient era ended, and the first era began. The first era was the era when Mirko fought against the mortals, and it was also the most glorious era for the mortals, because they were fighting against Mirko. Similarly, the first era was Mirko's happiest era. Against Villa, no matter how hard he tried, he could not avoid the fate of being taken away in one wave. Against the allied forces of the elves, humans, dwarves, and half-orcs, he was able to fight evenly, and even strategically, he had a 70% advantage. He had 70%, and the allied forces had 30%. Before Dany returned, Boss Mirko fought 3 world wars with the mortals. The first time, before the Nodo elves crossed the sea, the 3 major branches of Teleri fought against Mirko, and the half-orc army was defeated. The second time, Mirko made a comeback, and prepared to besiege Dorias, the king of the 3 powers, Elwë, whose soul had been seduced by the fairy, the female Maya. Fërno brought 7 of his sons into the chaos, and lost his life, but he also defeated the Dark Demon King's army. The third time, Mirko used 60 years to raise his army in Angband, and made a comeback. In the end, he was completely defeated by the Nodo elves. Since then, the siege of Angiban that lasted for 400 years began. Yes, Boss Mirko was besieged by the mortals. Chapter 1180. The era of the giant lamp and the era of the twin holy trees were both ancient times. The first era began after the sun came out and humans were born. 1,000 years before the first era, Mirko was serving his sentence in Mandu's prison. The elves who stayed in Middle-earth lived a peaceful life for 1,000 years. Danny and Soren did not bother them. The elves who stayed in Middle-earth were divided into 4 tribes, the 3 Teleri elves who ran away and the Dark elves who did not want to follow Alam to Amen. The Dark elves did not build a kingdom. They were scattered all over the world. When the 3 powers met with Villa, they decided to bring their people to Amen. The Fanya and Nodo elves did not hesitate. The Teleri elves, however, were restless. At that time, Alam personally led the Teleri elves. The elves were slow. He could not stay with them all the time. Sometimes, he had to go out to do other things. The Teleri elves would stop working. Some of them even ran away and went to other places. The first batch of Teleri elves who ran away became the Green elves, River elves, and Forest elves. They ran away to the land of 7 rivers and the Forest elves respectively. They were also called the Nando elves. The second batch of Teleri elves who ran away was one of the 3 powers. He was also the king of the Teleri elves. He heard the singing of the most beautiful girl, Melian, and ran away from the main group. After that, he married Melian and gathered a group of Teleri elves who were looking for him to build their own kingdom, the mini-kingdom. This group of elves was also called the Sinda elves, or the Grey elves. The third batch of Teleri elves who ran away were more innocent. They did not want to run away, but they could not just ignore the fact that their king was missing. So, a large group of elves stopped by the sea to look for elves. But at that time, elves and Melian were looking at each other in the forest. They were looking at each other. They were in a trance for decades. The Teleri elves who stayed by the sea were also called the Sea Elves. These 3 groups of elves who ran away built 3 kingdoms by the sea in the west, in the middle of the continent, and inland in the east. They were all far from Mirko's nest. Before Boss Mi's return, the elves of the 3 kingdoms lived a long and peaceful life. As soon as the demonic monarch came back, Danny overthrew Angban. While moving mountains to fill holes, he also commanded the half-orcs to besiege the Ting kingdom in the middle. Oh, Ting was what Shinda called him in the Elven language, Elu Ting. The Shinda Elven language was the common language of the elves of Middle-earth, while the elves of Amen continent used the High Elven language. The 2 races originally used the same language, but after living with Villa for a long time, the Light Elves had evolved even more, and their language was closer to the divine language of Anu. The first time they caused trouble, the half-orcs traveled a long distance and were surrounded by the elves. The second time he caused trouble, it just so happened that Nodo's elves landed. Although he killed Fino, the plan to encircle and suppress the elves was also abandoned halfway. After waiting for 60 years, Mirko thought that he had accumulated enough power, but he did not expect that Nodo's elves were far more powerful than the Wandering Elves. The Third War, also known as the Battle of Glory, was the glory of Nodo's elves, the glory of second uncle Fanguaho and the princes of Nodo. Boss Min made the first move and suddenly launched a surprise attack. Although he outnumbered the enemy, he was completely annihilated and suffered an unprecedented defeat. Not only that, he was also trapped in Angban by the coalition of elves, humans, dwarves, and half-orcs led by Nodo's elves. It was also the strongest era of the mortals, the 400-year siege of Angban. Look at the map, Prince Nodo circled in red blocked Mirko's way out. Although the Noldor elves had never been able to escape Mandu's curse, they had also fulfilled Fëanor's oath time and time again. Even if the final result proves that our efforts and oaths have all been in vain, at least we have to leave the most glorious footnote in history. The siege of Angban was the peak of Nodo's and the mortals' power. After the peak was the trough. In fact, Second Uncle Funguoho was very wise. He knew who his opponent was and understood that a siege for a long time could not limit the development of Morgoth. The problem was, during the confrontation in front of the gate of Angband, which developed faster, the Mortals' Alliance or Morgoth's evil power. Second Uncle's heart is burning with anxiety. He persuades the other lords to follow him and attack Angband directly. This is not Wei Yan's Ziwu Valley stratagem, which does not need to be tested in person to know that it will definitely fail. But a failed attack could at least disrupt Morgoth's rhythm, which was the same as Zhuge Liang's insistence on leaving Mount Qishan. At this time, Nodo's elves were too rich. If Morgoth was trapped in Angband, the rest of the rich land in the Middle-earth would be free for them to do whatever they wanted. Prince Nodo and Nodo's elves were all very rich and did not want to risk their lives. Second Uncle's worry became a reality. Morgoth was the strongest villa. He would never let the mortals besiege him and do nothing. In fact, the siege of Angband was not only because of the helplessness after the defeat, but also because he had a purpose. In the past 400 years, the elves had gained rich land and wealth. Morgoth had also invented a new biological weapon, the Megalosaurus. Why did Dany take Boss Me as her teacher? Look at those monsters: Balrog, half-orc, vampire, werewolf, and Megalosaurus. They were all created by him. What was more amazing was the way these monsters reproduced. They directly extracted the power of the earth fire and the earth, creating something out of nothing. Just like planting a seed, a group of monsters was born. Dany was amazed by this kind of magical biological technology. After Dany went to heaven, Morgoth did not give up the ruins of Angband. Instead, he continued to dig deep and build mountains. Relying on the Iron Mountain of the northern screen, the three highest mountains in the Middle-earth were piled up. The gate of Angband was sandwiched at the bottom of the mountain of Angband. Outside of Angband, there was a grassland called Adegaran. Through the grassland, the elves built a blockade on the west, south, and east sides. In the winter of the year 455 of the First Era, a moonless night. Shislin Camp. The half-human guard with a big head and deformed legs walked out of the outpost irritably. He stared at the sky with his deformed eyes and cursed. No one knew what he was saying. "Cousin Jimmy, what are you doing?" The strong dwarf who was on night duty with him asked. "I'm looking for the Eye of Angband," the half-human said. "Ah, half-human, you deserve to die. Why are you cursing us?" A human said in horror. "May the Eye of Angorian never see us." The elven soldiers quickly prayed as if chanting a curse. "I'm serious." The half-human stamped his feet anxiously. "Someone go and inform Battalion Commander Harvey that something bad might happen tonight. It's best to keep the whole camp on alert until dawn." "Half-human, are you crazy?" the human man scolded. The tall, fair-skinned elf Nodo stopped him and asked with a serious expression, "Jimmy, did you awaken the blood of disaster?" "What blood of disaster?" the human asked in confusion. "You humans were born late and don't know some secrets of the ancient times. It is said that the half-humans were created by Angband, and the Eye of Angband was also created by the ancient evil gods. In this way, some half-humans are born with a special connection with the Eye of Angband, thus foretelling good and bad fortune," the elf said. "It's not the blood of disaster, it's a half-human prophet. My grandmother was a half-human prophet, and she was a consultant for King Ting for 30 years. The half-human said. "Aren't half-humans and dwarves made of mud by Aoki? So, when dwarves and half-humans die, they will turn into mud," the human said in confusion. "Nonsense, you're the one who will turn into mud," the dwarf said angrily. The half-human suddenly held his head and howled at the top of his lungs. Most of the camp was awakened by the noise. "Half-human Jimmy, your big dick was bitten by Haley? Why are you howling in the middle of the night?" "Ugh, no. It's here, it's really here, I see it." The half-human howled even more desperately. "What's here?" the human had just asked, and his body suddenly stiffened, and his heart almost stopped. He slowly raised his head and saw the legendary Star of Disaster for the first time in his life. It was said that even if the Eye of Angband appeared in the sky, not everyone could see it, and those who could see it rarely saw the normal starry sky again. It was said that the Eye of Angband was very similar to a vicious cursed eye, and it would blink from time to time. It was said that when the Eye of Angband appeared, even Valda's stars would avoid it. It was said that the light from the Eye of Angband was as red as blood, and even had the smell of blood. Everyone's teeth chattered, and they could not speak. "Cousin, the Eye of Angband seems to have fallen on us," the dwarf said with a sobbing tone. "No, its bloody light has spread all over the Agilan grassland." The half-human's face was ashen. Boom! The peak of Angoulême mountain suddenly lit up, as if it had pierced through the Milky Way above the 9 heavens, and what sprinkled down was surging flames. The endless flames were faster than sound, and the Agilan grassland, which was dozens of kilometers wide, was crossed in a short while. The dwarves, humans, elves, and half-humans in the camp were turned into wreckage in the sea of fire. The thousands of square kilometers of grassland between the Alliance Army's defense line and Angband was completely filled with fire, and all the outposts were swept clean. The sea of fire even spread to the hillside on the other side of the grassland. The battle known as the Battle of Instant Flames in history had begun. The sudden fire attack was just the beginning, and it cleared the Alliance Army's outposts that surrounded Angband. Then, Morgatha's army broke through the pass guarded by the Alliance Army and began to enter the territory of the Nodo elves. This time, the Alliance Army was unstoppable, because Morgoth sent out a mature demonic dragon that had been silently growing for 400 years, the ancestor of the Megalosaurus, Glorus. Giant dragons with scales harder than steel, fire demons transformed from gods, and countless vampires and half-beastmen. The Dark Army was like a hot knife through butter, sweeping through everything before them. Seeing Nodo's foundation collapsing overnight, the second uncle of the Supreme King Nodo, the King of Fun, rode on a warhorse and blew the horn as if he was possessed by the King of Beasts. The mountains shook in the sound of the horn, and he was like a strong wind in the smoke, passing through the Agilan grassland that was burned by the fire, and came to the gate of Angband alone. "Morgoth, you coward, you have never dared to face your enemies, you are a slave owner who only dares to drive slaves to work for you, and you have tarnished the name of Villa that was given to you." The second uncle was full of anger, and his eyes were shining like Villa's. The demons nearby were scared and expectant. They stepped back in fear and looked at the gate of Angband with anticipation. They were expecting their master to stand up bravely. Mirko was helpless. He was not afraid of his second uncle, but what if Villa was lying in ambush? But in the face of a mortal's challenge, it would be too embarrassing if he did not accept it. Therefore, the first direct battle between a mortal and a god took place outside the gate of Angband. Chapter 1181. Second uncle was wearing a silver armor and a blue shield. He was holding a sword that shone with starlight in his hand. Mirko was wearing heavy black armor. He held a black iron shield the size of a door in his left hand and Grond in his right hand, a giant hammer that could be used as a battering ram for mortals. Every time Grond's hammer fell, it would create a huge hole in the ground. Smoke and poisonous fire were rising from the bottom of the hole. Second uncle was agile. He would jump and dodge every attack. Mirko was like a roaring dark cloud. Second uncle was like a flash of lightning in the dark cloud. While dodging the attacks, second uncle also looked for a chance to cut a wound on Villa's body with his sharp sword. He left 7 wounds on Mirko's body, and Boss Me howled 7 times without any shame. His agonized howls reverberated throughout the northern lands, striking fear and trepidation into the hearts of all the demon whelp spectating the battle. In the end, Mirko threw away Grond and used the giant iron shield as a fly swatter. He slapped second uncle with all his might. Second uncle was a mortal after all. Villa would not get tired, but mortals would. He was hit by Mirko's giant shield 3 times in a row. Mirko smirked and pressed the giant shield down. Second uncle blocked it with his small shield. It was like Yao Ming was holding the school gate and slapping Guo Xiaoxi, who was holding his school bag. Second uncle was forced to kneel on the ground, but he roared angrily. His eyes shone brightly as he stood up again. The ground was full of holes and cracks. Second uncle was exhausted. When he panted, he lost his balance and tripped over a hole. Ha ha ha, this is your fate. Mirko stepped on second uncle's neck with his left foot. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Look, the Eye of Angorian is here for you. He pointed at the blood-red star in the sky and stepped on it. Crack, the neck bone was crushed like a biscuit. Ouch! Mirko hugged his foot and howled. However, at the moment of his death, second uncle mustered up his remaining strength and stabbed Ringier into Mirko's foot. Smoking black blood spurted out from the wound and instantly filled the big hole made by the giant hammer. Devil king of wickedness, even mortals can hurt you. With that, second uncle breathed his last. No one noticed that the 3 gray magatama in the Eye of Angorian in the sky had turned black. Bastard! Mirko was furious. He picked up his second uncle's body, twisted it into 2 pieces like a sugarcane, and threw it into the wolf pack. Screech! At this moment, the eagle Sarando dashed over and scratched Mirko's face with its sharp claws. While he was covering his face and howling in pain, the eagle quickly grabbed second uncle's body and flew out of the range of the bow and arrow. Manway! Mirko's face twisted as he roared in the direction where the giant eagle disappeared. My king, your wound is bleeding profusely. Quickly go back and bandage it. A familiar yet unfamiliar female voice came from the side. Mirko turned around and saw a hooded man who was completely hidden in the shadows. He frowned and asked, "Who are you? When did you come here?" "Your Majesty, you don't even recognize me." Danny laughed. "You, Angorian?" Soren yelled in shock. "Ah!" Mirko was suddenly awakened. "You're not dead?" Danny looked up at the sky and saw that the Star of Calamity was gradually becoming illusory. "I came down from there." Mirko looked at the blood-red star and asked in shock, "You're the star spirit?" "When I was creating the star, I used my will to occupy the position of the star spirit. The star absorbed the calamity luck and matured, and it automatically developed spirituality. My will would be awakened. It was an idle move back then, but I didn't expect it to save my life today." Danny sighed. This method was similar to when Lalo, the Lord of Fire, summoned the sun and replaced it with the spirit to become the Lord of Light. At first, Danny had this idea because she realized that Iru was especially concerned about the evolution of good and evil. Just like what Mirko said, Iru's focus was the direction of the big picture. She had the idea of stepping into the river of fate, and she happened to have the opportunity to create the cursed star. She used her will to occupy the embryo of the star spirit. Every time a big shot in the world met with a tragic fate, the Star of Calamity would appear. It was a sign of fate and also a guide to disaster. Every time a tragic event was completed, the Star of Calamity would grow. Fino and second Uncle Fun were big shots who could cause huge waves in the river of fate. The more tragic their fate was, the higher the completion rate, and the more power the Star of Calamity would obtain. In the end, 1,500 years after the birth of the Star of Calamity, the Star Spirit was born. In the dark palace in the deepest part of Angband. After listening to the evolution process of the Star Spirit, Mirko asked curiously, "Did your body become a black hole?" "It's still in the evolution stage. I still have to wait for the universe to mature." Then, Danny asked in shock, "How did your Majesty know that I became a black hole?" "Sagrador told me." Mirko repeated what the old goblin had told him years ago. "Sagrador has that kind of talent. Summoning across dimensions can definitely break the seal on Yaya." The hood covered Danny's expression, but it could not hide the shock in her voice. "Where is he now?" she asked. He, I know he's a treasure. After I came back, I sealed him in a metal box. No matter how much his clone outside the universe summons, Yaya's body can't leave. Mirko laughed. Danny nodded slightly. Even if Big Me was bleeding and howling in pain because of a mortal, it did not mean that he was not the strongest Villa. Mirko said expectantly, since you've become the spirit of the Star of Calamity, can you always let the light of calamity cover the top of the elf's head? You're the Lord of Darkness. You're just a mortal. There's no need to cheat, right? Danny looked at Big Me's left foot. Her tone was not so sure. The wounds caused by Lingier no longer bled, but there were deep scars. The scratches on his face from the giant eagle Zorando did not disappear. His left leg, which had been injured by his second uncle's dying strike, was even crippled. Mirko moved his armor to cover his left foot. He growled, elves are not mortals. They are the first children of Aluvita. Even though Danny was wearing a hood and her expression could not be seen at all, he still felt that she was mocking him. He thought too much. Danny had already mocked him when he was screaming in pain from second uncle's attacks. Now, her reaction was calm. Your injury, she said with concern. In order to create the demon dragon, I've used up too much of the origin of secret flames. Moreover, after destroying the twin holy trees, I've also been cursed by the Varus. This body cannot be repaired, nor can it be replaced, Mirko said darkly. The price was a little high. Villa changed bodies like a mortal changing clothes. Mirko's current appearance as Tyrant Utamo was no longer suitable for pretending to be an elf's friend. In fact, when he was imprisoned by Welinor, his image was even more glorious than Manway's. He was a handsome and kind elf who emitted the light of Amen. Just say it. Can you make the elves and humans suffer? Oh right, and the halflings. They are not strong, but they are very smart. The halflings played a big role in the formation of the Mortal Alliance. Danny shook her head. The fate of Aluvita's children is protected. No one is allowed to interfere directly. It can only evolve naturally according to their own choices. Then what can you do now? Mirko asked coldly. Sigh, I plan to become a bard and wander the world as a stranger who represents mystery and the unknown. Is there something wrong with your brain? Mirko asked with a straight face. I am now a wandering soul without power. I can no longer serve the king. I can only do what I like. However, even if I become a bard, I will not forget to spread the king's fear and the name of the evil demon king. Mirko looked at her deeply. I thought you couldn't wait to see Sagrador. Danny smiled and said nothing. Of course she wanted to see Sagrador. She also wanted to send a message to her original body outside the universe through him. But she also knew that Iru was the creator. He knew everything in the first dimension. No plan could be hidden from him. When she devoured the origin of the secret flame, she did not care about Iru's identity as the god of creation. But the experience of turning into a black hole made her understand that Iru knew everything and managed everything in the world. He was also very black-hearted. He only wanted to exploit the evil gods and would not easily give away any benefits. Why did Sagrador confess his talent? Did he need to say those words to Mirko? Or did he say it to her through Mirko? Maybe even Manway did not know that she could return to the world as a star spirit, but Iru must know. If Sagrado's words were what Irue wanted him to say to her, then what did Irue want? Danny did not dare to think about it, but she could control herself and not do anything. What entered the first dimension was only a part of Angorian's will. It was an independent entity, but it was not all of Danny. She did not bring the secret of the fire of creation into the first dimension at all. At this time, Danny, who entered the first dimension, only knew the basic knowledge of the first flame and the way to study it. But she knew nothing about Danny's fire of creation. She also did not have the memory of the fusion of the opposite attributes of the Song of Ice and Fire and the transmigration talent. She did not even bring in the memory of, so this is the world of the Lord of the Rings. In the first dimension, Iru was omniscient and omnipotent. If Danny brought the memory of the fusion of the Song of Ice and Fire into the first dimension, Iru would know as soon as she entered. Obviously, the energy level of the Song of Ice and Fire surpassed that of the first flame. This was also a path of evolution. She knew that the true god of the Song of Ice and Fire world knew, but the gods of creation of other worlds did not. This was the talent of the Song of Ice and Fire world itself, just like the origin resonance of the primitive earth. Therefore, when she entered the first dimension, her mind was like an empty hard drive. She might bring some things that Iru was interested in, but her goal was to learn Iru's creation techniques and understand its path of the first flame. Therefore, even if Danny in the first dimension was trapped in the black hole, she would not contact Danny outside the first dimension through Sagrador. If she contacted and communicated, the first dimension would know and even do something even more terrifying. Danny in the first dimension only needed to survive in the first dimension and improve herself. That would be enough. Her main body would deal with the rest, although she was not sure about this in the first dimension. From the perspective of God outside the first dimension, after Danny Angorian entered the first dimension, Danny's main consciousness began a new journey. She was working hard to improve herself. The Angorian in the first dimension was just a seed. Danny would not stand aside and do nothing. She would wait for it to sprout and grow, or be destroyed. Chapter 1182. Danny wanted to wander around and be a happy bard, but Mirko wanted her to play a bigger role. Although you can't use much of your strength now, your thoughts and wisdom are powerful, he said. So, she became the deputy commander of the Demon Wolf Island. The Demon Wolf Island was an island in the river at the Syrian Pass. It was connected to Angband and Westbelly Riender where the Nodo elves lived. It was a strategic place like Jiayu Pass. During the siege of Angband, the Nodo elves built a huge and strong fortress here. After the Battle of Sudden Fire, Soren took over this place and monitored Westbelly Riender. What about the mystic dragon? Why didn't he send Glorung to destroy Nargothrond? Danny asked. Westbelly Riender was the name of the place. Nargothrond was an elf kingdom built in Westbelly Riender. Glorung and the Balrog are busy destroying Eastbelly Riender, which is the territory of Phanos' children. There are many plains there, which are easy to burn with dragon flames, but many elf kingdoms in the west are hidden in the mountains and valleys. For example, Ting's Thousand Stone Cave Palace is in a mountain full of caves. Soren said. The Battle of Sudden Fire was the turning point of the war between the mortals and Morgoth. If the siege of Angband was the golden age of the mortals, then this was the most chaotic time. Since her second uncle died in front of the gate of Angband, the forces of the elves and humans were defeated. Countless heroes of the mortals died under the claws of the Dark Demon King. Danny didn't give up the promising career of a bard. She carefully understood the deeds of every hero who died tragically and then wrote poems that could make people cry. In just a few years, she had accumulated countless materials and created countless movements. She was familiar with all the musical instruments in the world. One day, I will meet the legendary 3 supreme singers of the elves. On the tower of the Demon Wolf Island, she said to Soren while playing the harp in the direction of the Syrian River in the distance. Elves were much more talented than humans, not only in terms of thinking, but also in terms of their bodies and racial talents. For example, Womu conveyed messages to mortals through the stream. Many elves could understand the divine language that they had never heard before, but humans could not tell the difference between it and ordinary water. Ever since human beings were born in the East, Womu had given them many inspirations, but they did not understand. Because of this, human singers could never surpass elves. The best singer of the elves was equivalent to the greatest singer in the world. There were a total of 3 such great singers, Sindar Elf Daylon, Nodo Second Prince Magalar, and Golden Voice Ting Fong. I feel that your poem has made a serious political mistake. It's completely from the perspective of humans, praising the greatness of mortals and pitying their suffering. The king and I have both become black-faced and black-hearted villains. Soren did his duty faithfully. His sharp eyes swept across every half-orc and monster that passed through the pass and passed by the tower. Eh. Danny stopped playing the zither and looked at a small group of half-beastmen in surprise. They were emitting a strong power of fate that half-beastmen should not have. Danny looked up at the sky. The Eye of Angorian did not appear, but it did cast a bloody light that mortals and gods could not see. Stop! Soren also realized that something was wrong. He jumped and landed in front of the half-beastmen who were walking forward. Idiot, if you want to pretend to be half-beastmen, you should at least understand the rules of half-beastmen. Danny sighed. Every team that passed by the tower had to report to Sauron or her the mission they had received and the progress they had made. After all, this was the Djayu Pass. The half-beastmen guarding the pass quickly ran out and surrounded the small team. Tell us your true identities, Soren said sternly. The 12 impersonators pulled out their weapons and remained silent. And so, Soren began to cast a demonic spell to control their minds. The body of the impersonator on the other side swayed. A tall, half-beastman stood out and recited the calming song in the High Elf language. The battle of spells was extremely dangerous, but Danny felt that the situation was very interesting. It was the first time she saw a battle that did not involve directly drawing swords. It was too rare to see such a high level of skill and artistry. She quickly took out her magic crystal camera and recorded this scene. There was no suspense. Soren won the battle of spells. He restrained them and stripped their clothes. 11 elves, and one of them was a middle-aged man with gray hair and a slightly hunched back. Tell us your identities, Soren said gloomily. They gritted their teeth and glared at him angrily. And so, Soren threw them naked into the deepest part of the dungeon. In front of the others, he let the demon wolf devour one elf by one bite. Tell me your identities and motives. Otherwise, every day, I will choose one of you to feed the wolf. It's obvious that the elf who competed with you in spells is a big shot among the elves. He's most likely Fëanor's son or nephew. Dragons don't live with snakes. That human's identity is even more unusual. He must be one of the human heroes wanted by the king. Danny said. I know, but I don't care about their identities at all. In the end, they will all be dead and then become the droppings of the wargs. Soren's lips curled into a sinister smile. I just want to see them in fear, and then betray their king and close friends in fear. Danny gave him a thumbs up. It smells like the Devil King. Soren was pleased with himself. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Half a month later, Soren's face was gloomy. All the elves were tortured to death. None of them chose to betray him. In the end, the elf who was identified as Prince Nodo even broke the iron chains that could not be broken. He risked his life to kill the demon wolf that bit his human friend. Sigh, you gave them too many good choices. Danny smiled. I didn't give them any choice, Soren said coldly. He could hear the sarcasm in her laughter. Danny shook her head. You gave them the choice to become great heroes. What else? Soren's face darkened. Either they die in humiliation, or they become heroes and die bravely. Even an idiot would know which choice to choose. If you separated the 12 elves, you wouldn't let them be influenced by their teammates' courage. You wouldn't let the elven prince's gaze cheer them on. Instead, you would create the illusion that many of them have already surrendered. He. Danny laughed sinisterly. Soren's face darkened even more. He knew that she was right. If he had followed her plan, at least half of the 12 elves would have fallen. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that all the elves are dead, there's only an old man left crying in despair and pain. Danny pointed at the star of calamity that appeared in the sky because of the elven prince's death and smiled. I'm the observer of calamity, not the creator. From the tragic fate of the elven prince, she obtained a huge amount of fate power. This power was not the origin of secret flame, but it was even more precious. It was not affected by karma, and even Iru could not take it away. Soren was about to say something when his expression suddenly turned serious. He said in a low voice, "We have guests." Even without his reminder, a gentle song that was like the morning mist under the sun came from the entrance of the fortress. It was very soft and gentle, but it passed through the thick walls and went straight into the underground cave. Dani closed her eyes and listened. The song brought her to a secluded forest under the stars. Birds were singing in the trees, and shimmering flowers were blooming in the wilderness. Soren murmured, "It's Lucian, the daughter of Ting and Marion. She has the blood of both mortals and gods. Only her song can be so." Dani had heard of Lucian's story. She was born in the era of the twin holy trees. She was a legendary person who was famous in Middle-earth for her appearance and singing. The hunchbacked figure in the cage suddenly woke up from his sorrow and responded to the song outside the gate with a loud song of challenge. The Song of Challenge was a song that mortals sang to praise the Big Dipper because Valda created the Big Dipper to harvest Mirko. It was Villa's scythe. Lucian's song changed. At first, it was filled with the joy of reunion, then it became angry. The island began to shake, and the half-orcs and demon wolves roared in fear. "I see. Ha ha ha, my good dog, you finally licked your destined goddess. Now, let me see your ultimate potential." Dani laughed. After 1,000 years, she saw the divine hound one again. It carried Lucian here. According to her curse, it must be deeply in love with her now. Cerberus, kill it. The Cerberus was the descendant of the Cerberus that Dani created in the early years. As soon as it came out, it was bitten to death by Juan. Sauron's face was gloomy as he sent out one demon wolf after another. One after another, the demon wolves were bitten to death by Huan. "You're helping it level up. It's about to evolve into the god of licking dogs." Dani laughed. "I also want to know its limits." Soren sneered and sent out the ancestor of the demon wolves. It was a demon spirit that Mirko created by combining the souls of 5 divine hounds, Zhuoguluin. Dani and Soren stood at the top of the tower and watched as Zhuoguluin fought Juan the licking dog. The battle lasted for 2 hours. Every time Juan was at a disadvantage, it only needed to turn around and glance at the worried Lucian. It was full of energy and even stronger. Finally, Zhuoguluin howled and fell into a pool of black blood. "Is the power of love so strong?" Soren was shocked. In theory, Zhuoguluin, who was created by combining the souls of 5 divine hounds, was at least 5 times stronger than Juan. Not to mention, he and Mirko had trained it for 1,000 years. "But now, I'll try it myself," Soren said with a serious face. Before he fell and became the Big Eye, Soren was proficient in the 72 transformations. The dark creatures he transformed into also had the abilities of this creature. He jumped and landed on the ground. He had already turned into a majestic dog. He was the biggest and most ferocious werewolf in history. That was a battle that shook everyone's hearts. Juan, who was in front of Lucian, was protected. Every time he was hit, the golden light on his body became brighter and his strength doubled. Gradually, Soren's dark witchcraft, fangs, venom, and even his powerful attacks could no longer hurt him. He was like Villa, radiating the holy light of Amen from his power. "Impossible!" Soren howled in disbelief. "Roar!" Juan let out a wild roar. The deep love and sorrow that came from the bottom of his heart all turned into a surging power. The mountains nearby trembled under the howl. The powerful shockwave shattered all the bones in Soren's body like a cannonball. "Impossible, I'm Maya." Juan's dog paws were like iron hoops, pressing down on his neck. He looked down at Soren, but there was no joy or happiness in his eyes. There was only a faint sadness. "Are you in pain?" Soren looked at his dog's face and was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed. Chapter 1183. Soren laughed maniacally. How can you not be in pain? Your power is so strong that you can even defeat the strongest Mia. What kind of love is this? Ha ha ha, but your love will. Lucian was right beside him. Juan did not want her to know the secret of the curse of love. He was even afraid that she would know that he loved her. Therefore, he bit Soren hard on the back of his neck. Ah, Soren felt the pain and began to use the 72 changes crazily. He turned into a writhing python, and then into a bat flapping its wings. No matter how much he changed, he could not escape from the dog's claws. Help me, Angorian, help me! Soren wailed. Juan the divine hound trembled and looked around in fear. There was no response from the fortress. The person who always woke him up from his nightmares did not appear. However, the moment it was distracted, it revealed a flaw. Sauron seized the opportunity and leaped forward, crawling under the dog's crotch. He first turned into a vampire, then turned into countless bats, scattering in all directions and fleeing far away to the north. Juan the dog looked at Lucian apologetically and worriedly. He thought too much. Even an idiot would know that he had a big secret after what happened today. But why would the goddess care about the secret of a dog? Balin, she did not even look at Soren who was running away. She rushed to the fortress and called out her lover's name loudly. Dany recorded everything on the side. She watched as the elf broke the defense spell that Soren had set up outside the prison. She rushed into the cell and hugged the human and cried. Not far away, Juan the dog was sad. Dany also saw Lucian show a power that only belonged to the gods. Like Villa and Mia, she changed her body into a vampire and helped her lover, Balin, to disguise as a werewolf. It was similar to Soren's 72 changes. By eavesdropping on their conversation, Dany more or less figured out the reason. Balin, a human, was wandering in the forest and accidentally met Lucian, who was singing in the forest. The two fell in love at first sight, but their identities were too different. In the past, there had never been a precedent of humans and elves marrying because compared to the immortal elves, the lifespan of humans was too short. Moreover, Lucian was the noblest elven princess. Her father was Elwë, one of the three powers, and her mother was the most beautiful Maya beauty, and, speaking of which, fate is repeating itself. Back then, Elwë and Marion fell in love with each other because of the fairy's singing. There was also a huge difference in their identities, the difference between immortals and mortals. However, Elwë was far luckier than Balin, because Melian had no family, while Lucian had a father who demanded a high betrothal gift. The most beautiful appearance, the noblest status, and of course, the most expensive betrothal gift in the world, a Silmaril from Morgoth's Iron Crown. Previously, Balin and the 11 elves disguised themselves as half-orcs and passed through the Syrian Pass in order to steal Mirko's diamond from Angband. Such guts, that's right, the elf prince who died before. As expected, he was Prince Nodo, the eldest son of third uncle Finnefen. Speaking of which, third uncle was quite unlucky. When he heard Manduxa's curse, he led his own people and left Finnefen's army. However, his children followed Finnefen all the way to the Middle Lands. He had 3 sons and a daughter. The second and third sons died in the Battle of Sudden Fire, the battle where Mirko burned the plains and broke through the encirclement of Angband. The eldest son died in the fortress that he built. The fortress on the Demon Wolf Island originally belonged to the allied army to form the encirclement of Angband. Out of the 4 children, only the youngest daughter, Galadriel, survived until the end. She was the elf queen who appeared as a top boss in The Lord of the Rings. At this moment, she was still just a little sister. The bosses in The Lord of the Rings were all minions in this era. Dany admired third uncle's eldest son, Fenrod, very much. She decided to write a Song of Ferragon for him. Yes, Fenrod was the name given to him by his father, and Ferragon was his title when he was the king of the Middle Lands. A few years ago, in the Battle of Sudden Fire, the allied army was suddenly attacked and suffered heavy losses. Farragon was in charge of a part of the encirclement of Angband, the Syrian pass. At that time, he was surrounded by the demon army. Fortunately, Balin's father, Balahan, brought people to save him. In order to repay the kindness of saving his life, Farragon gave a ring and swore, as long as the direct descendants of the Bio family came to him with this keepsake, he would help them no matter what. Actually, there was no need for Farragon to make such a vow. Since the beginning of the human race, Farragon had been showing kindness to the Bio family. Balahan's ancestors were once Farragon's attendants. Their two families had a vassal relationship for hundreds of years. However, he still made the vow and fulfilled his promise. When Balin came to him because of the astronomical betrothal gift, Farragon immediately gave up his throne and led 10 guards to follow Balin to the north. In the end, he paid the price with his life. Angband. What the hell is this poem? The whole poem uses Soren and me to set off Farragon's bravery and integrity. Won't the humans and elves be more courageous and determined to resist? After listening to Danny's new Song of Farragon, Mirko was so angry that his face turned black. King, that's exactly what you want them to resist. What's the point of conquering obedient slaves? Danny said. But, in your poem, Soren doesn't look like a demon king. Instead, he looks like a clown, Mirko said. I swear, I'm not making this up. Soren was really bitten by Juan. He even begged loudly for mercy, Danny said. What about Soren? Where is he? Mirko frowned. He's too embarrassed to come and see you. He probably needs some time to adjust his mind. Mirko's face darkened. Loser. The longer he lives, the more backward he becomes. He can't even defeat a dog. Juan is with Lucian and Balin. They're about to arrive at Angband, Danny reminded him. Let him come. I've already arranged for Enwei to guard the gate, Mirko sneered. I want to see who's stronger, jealousy or love. Enwei was the one who surrendered among the 10 dogs years ago. Unfortunately, Lucian had cheated. She had cheated even more than Yang Jian, who had the blood of a human and a god. Lucian, Elena and the dog walked through the dark path on the cliff and came to the foot of the cliff. At the wide and dark gate, they met a hungry wolf that was as big as a small hill. Then, Lucian suddenly awakened the blood of Anu. Her whole body shone brightly. With a simple, sleeping spell, she knocked down Enwei who was about to roar. Good, very good. Take off your disguises and see me with your real faces, Mirko gritted his teeth. Why do you want to see them? Danny asked curiously. I want to crush their little heads with my own hands. Mirko said fiercely. Unfortunately, Lucian really cheated. She came to Mirko fearlessly and sang a song. The whole of Angband fell into a deep sleep. Mirko fell off the throne and fell into a deep sleep. Balin began to drop equipment the Silmarillion. Danny recorded this scene excitedly. Then she ran to the gate and kicked the dog awake. Kill them. Ow, the fateful battle between love and jealousy finally began. The 2 dogs, one big and one small, crashed into the Iron Mountain from the gate of Angband to the Adegalan wilderness dozens of kilometers away. In the end, the 2 dogs died together. Juan did not die at that time. He was seriously injured after biting Enwei to death. But when Mirko woke up, he did not have time to recover. He carried Lucian and Balin and ran desperately. He bled and died. Lucian did not even have time to mourn for him, because the ancestor of the Megalosaurus, Glorus, came. It was also the first time Danny saw the Megalosaurus of this world. It could talk, had high intelligence, strong defense, and knew magic other than dragon flames. It was indeed the Megalosaurus of the higher universe. It had a higher starting point and growth speed than Blackie and the others. But its potential, Danny felt that the Megalosaurus created by Mirko was much weaker than Blackie in terms of potential. The Megalosaurus of the Song of Ice and Fire could grow together with the human dragon spirit. The Megalosaurus of this world. When Mirko created the demonic dragon, he engraved the genes of destroy Iluvatar's children in its soul. So, they would always be demonic dragons and evil dragons. They could not establish a symbiotic relationship with other creatures, especially humans. In the following days, Dani wandered outside, looking for materials for her creation. At the same time, she studied Gloris and the other demonic dragons that were hatching and growing. Her mother of dragons talent had not been brought into the first generation, so there was no possibility of snatching Mirko's master of dragons. In fact, even if she could create a megalosaurus, she would not do it. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, when she became the king of gods, she was almost omniscient. She knew the location of all the fossilized dragon eggs, but she did not hatch another dragon. The reason was simple. The modern society was open to having a second child, so why didn't everyone want to have a first child? Every child was the responsibility of the parents. The 5 dragons had already made Dani worried. Moreover, the first generation she created was her battlefield and not her home ground. If she gave birth to a dragon child, would it become her burden and give the enemy something to use against her? My king, I heard a news recently. Balin and Lucian have been resurrected. They are the first pair to return from Mandu's hall. How did they do it? On this day, Dani hurried back to Angband. She found Mirko, who was in a daze on the throne, and asked him about the doubts in her heart. Every world had its own rules. Currently, Dani had summed up 3 special rules of the Lord of the Rings world. First, because the power of the rules could not be used in a fight, physical strength was more helpful to combat power than magic. Second, the dead could not be resurrected. Even Villa did not know where the souls of humans ended up. Third, good and evil were closely related to fate, and the fate of humans was the focus of attention. Well, this was just a special rule. Similar to the Holy Oath, kinslaying, and cursing, there were also rules in the Song of Ice and Fire, so they were not special. Make it clear. Haven't Balin and Lucian been dead for a few years? Mirko was also shocked. In the War of the Jewel, not long after Juan killed the Wolf of Jealousy, he died of exhaustion. Balin was burned by Glorung's dragon flame in order to protect Lucian. Although Manwë intervened later and the giant eagle Zorando saved Balin and Lucian, Balin died within 2 days. Not long after, just like Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, Lucian died of heartbreak for her lover. I saw Lucian with my own eyes in the mini kingdom. It was also because of seeing her that Ting regained his happiness. He held a banquet and invited all the singers to write poems for Lucian. I even won the first place. But that bastard Ting said that my voice was not sweet enough. My music also had a kind of unsettling shadow, and I was far inferior to the 3 elven singers. Dani said angrily. You really have the mood for leisure. Chapter 1184. I'm sure that Mandos has neither the right nor the ability to revive Balin. When the elves die, their souls return to Mando's hall, but the human souls don't go to Mando's hall at all. No one knows where they went. So, if Balin and Lucian are revived, it must be because of Mandos, Mirko said with absolute certainty. Dani believed in his judgment. The rules of the world were clearly written in the great music at the beginning of creation. What's so special about Balin and Lucian? Why did they change their own rules? Getting the Silmarillion is considered to have fulfilled their destiny. Dani frowned as she pondered. Her words reminded Mirko. He suddenly understood and laughed. I get it now. It's because of the Silmarillion. What do you mean? Who has the Silmarillion now? Mirko asked with a smile. Ting. I've seen him wear it before. It's holy and majestic. It's very stylish, Dani said. Tell me, why don't I try to get the Silmarillion back? Mirko laughed sinisterly. Because after seeing Lucian's power, you started to fear her mother, Mayanne. You don't even dare to go near Mayanne's band. Not only did Mayan lend her power to her mortal husband to make him grow taller and stronger, she also created a curse band made of illusions and illusions in the Doriath Elven Kingdom. Unless Mayan and Ting allow it, or if the dominant fate power interferes, no one can cross the band. Balin once accidentally entered the band and saw Lucian. However, that was not because of his outstanding ability. It was because his fate power was stronger than Maya and even Villa. Even Dany, who was a stranger, had to register at the border outpost and be led into Doriath by the elves. Lucian was able to defeat Mirko with her illusionary song. It was not hard to imagine how powerful her mother, Mayan, was. The king's thoughts are deep. I really don't know, Dany said against her will. Remember Fëanor's oath carefully. His enemy is not only me, but also everyone who has the Silmarillion. It doesn't matter if he's an elf, a dwarf, a human, or even Villa, Mirko said with a smile. Dany said, the eldest son of the Fëanor family even wrote a letter to Ting, asking him to return the gem that belonged to the Fëanor family. Because his tone was too arrogant, Ting refused. Arrogance. Mirko laughed coldly. Even if the son of Fëanor kneels in front of Ting Gu and begs him, he will not hand over the Silmaril. The charm of a diamond is irresistible to anyone who sees it. Balin refused, and so did Lucian, Dany said. Balin is no ordinary person. Otherwise, why would I set his bounty as high as Nodo's Supreme Emperor Fongong? Mirko pointed at his eyes and sighed. My eyes can see through the desires in everyone's hearts, including Fëanor and his brothers. Only 2 people have disappointed me. They also have desires, but their resolute will and deep wisdom make their desires completely controlled. Balin is one of them. What about the other one? Dany asked curiously. The second son of the king of Fen, the second uncle who chopped Mirko into a cripple, the king of Gondolin, Tegang. I'll kill him sooner or later. Mirko gritted his teeth and laughed again. No one can refuse the Silmaril, but anyone who holds it will fall into Nodo's curse. This is the power of fate, and no one can go against it. Tell me, what kind of ending will Ting have? Dany said suspiciously, you think the son of Fëanor will declare war on Ting? I think the son of Fëanor is quite wise. Your threat is right in front of him, and he won't do such a stupid thing. Mirko snorted coldly. Okarandi slaughtered his friends and family, crossed the sea and burned the ship. Is that not stupid? Also, have you forgotten the evil deeds of the third son of the Fëanor family who tried to usurp the throne of Ferrigan and marry Lucian? Dany was silent. She actually admired the Fëanor family because they dared to say no to the gods, because they were brave and fearless. But it was undeniable that the integrity of the son of Fëanor was far inferior to the cousins of the second and third uncles. None of the cousins were cowards, and none of them were unfaithful. For example, the eldest son of the third uncle, Ferrigan, put his life on the line in order to fulfill his promise to the mortals. But the son of Fëanor was not inferior to others in terms of martial prowess, and he did many bad things. For example, he took advantage of the fact that Ferrigan and Balin were arrested by Sorin to plot against Ferrigan's kingdom. For example, when Lucian was looking for Balin, they met her and lusted after her, mostly to seize Ting's family property. I think Ting's fate is coming to an end, and those who obtain the Silmaril will die a horrible death. The only purpose of Lucian and Balin's resurrection is to give birth to Ting's heir. Mirko said with certainty. Later on, the facts proved that Boss Mirko was indeed Iru's eldest son. What he thought was very logical. After his resurrection, Balin was no longer the human hero who was Morgotha's archenemy. Even though the dark forces were crazily suppressing the living space of the mortals, he no longer led the people to exterminate the half-orcs. Instead, he brought his wife and hid in a small island in the south that was far away from the dark forces. He had retired from his life. But Balin's influence did not fade away. His act of snatching the Silmaril from Mirko greatly encouraged the sons of Fëanor. Mirko was not undefeatable. Boss Fëanor started to run around, contacting all the elves and humans to prepare to counterattack Angiban. The fifth, War of the Gods, was about to begin. Yes, the battle between Mirko and Villa was the War of the Gods, and the battle between the allied forces of the mortals and the Dark Demon Lord was the War of the Gods. Seeing that Mirko had sent the human and elf spies into the allied forces of the mortals, Dany could not help but ask, "You have built the Earthfire engine on the Ungorlism, the 3 highest mountains in Angiban. The Battle of Sudden Fire can be repeated countless times. Why do you still need to use tricks?" The Ungorlism were the 3 fortresses piled up beside Angiban. They were the highest mountains in Middle-earth, and they were also steep cliffs that were almost straight. From the bottom of the mountain to the top, there was a passage that connected to the underground magma pool. The black iron engine with rivets could extract the earth fire and shoot it out from the top of the mountain. The 3 mountains were like fortresses that were installed with flamethrowers. The earth fire was not ordinary fire. The speed of the flamethrower was faster than the speed of sound, and the distance of the flamethrower was more than 10 kilometers. It could sweep across the plain in front of the gate of Angiban. What was even more terrifying was that it was not a one-time weapon. It could be used countless times. When Balin and Lucien were escaping from Angiban, they were attacked by the poisonous fire. Fortunately, the giant eagle Zorando helped them. Therefore, even if Mirko did nothing, he would not lose. Defeating the humans and the elves was never my fundamental goal. I want to spread fear and evil. I want to corrupt the morals of Iluvatar's children and let their fate twist in the direction that I want. Mirko laughed strangely. The 5th war between the humans and the elves, which was called the Battle of the Rain of Tears by the later generations, added millions of words of writing material for Dany. There were too many heroes and heroic deeds. Even she, who had lived for countless years with a heart of stone, could not help but be deeply touched by them. The humans of the Harridan family were loyal. In order to cover the retreat of the Elf King, all of them died in the battle. There were dwarves wearing iron masks and besieging Gloris with axes. Dany knew for the first time that the dwarves were the bane of the Megalosaurus. Because of the dwarves' iron masks and their own heat-resistant physique, they could resist most of the damage from the dragon flame. In order to kill them more efficiently, the Megalosaurus could only land on the ground and whip them with its tail, bite them with its mouth, slap them with its claws, and hit them with its head. This gave the dwarves a chance. The 3rd generation of the Supreme King Nodo, the eldest son of the 2nd uncle, Fongong, was smashed in the head by the king of Balrogs, Gusmog, and died on the spot. After that, he was chopped into meat paste by countless orcs with their maces. Dany remembered that Mirko once said, "After the sun comes out, the era of the elves has passed its peak, and the humans have begun to rise." At that time, she did not understand the meaning of this sentence. Because the elves also liked the sun and could thrive under the sun. But the Battle of the Rain of Tears made her feel for the first time that the humans began to step onto the stage of history and gradually became the main character. Humans originated from the east. According to the division of the elves, they could be divided into 5 groups. First, there were 3 groups called the Friends of the Elves. They were on good terms with the elves since birth and inherited a highly developed civilization from the elves. They corresponded to the 3 Powers family that bathed in the glory of Villa. The humans of today were like the elves of yesterday, the elves of today were like the Villa of yesterday. Under the glory of Villa, the 3 Powers elves developed an elven civilization that far surpassed their peers. Under the glory of the elves, the 3 Friends of the Elves developed an elven civilization that far surpassed their peers. The 3 Friends of the Elves were the Bio family, the Harridan family, and the Hato family. These 3 groups of humans were also known as the Edenians. The Edenians were the main characters of the Second Age. In the Third Age, they were still one of the main characters. For example, the famous Aragorn in The Lord of the Rings was a descendant of the Edenians. Other than the Edenians formed by the 3 families, there were also the Barbarians and the Eastlanders. The barbarians were the humans who left the east but wandered around. They did not join the elves and developed on their own. The Eastlanders corresponded to the Dark Elves who did not want to go to the Amen continent. They stayed in their homeland until the war came. In the Battle of the Rain of Tears, Harridan fought for the third-generation elven king Fengong until his whole family was wiped out. Only the old, weak, women, and children were left. The Hato family also fought for the fourth-generation elven king Torgang until their whole family was wiped out. As for the Bio family, they had been loyal to the great cause of resisting Morgoth in the last Battle of Sudden Fire. They were a huge family with tens of thousands of people. Other than the women and children, there were only 12 warriors left. Even the adult women picked up weapons to fight. In the end, they were all killed by Sauron. Only Balin was lucky enough to escape. Well, Balin was the leader of the Bio family. But the humans were also traitors of the Battle of the Rain of Tears. At the critical moment of the war, a group of Eastlanders betrayed the alliance. Mirko tempted them with the fertile land of the elves, but after the war, he imprisoned them in Sislon, which was even colder than the east. Ha ha ha, this is the reward of the Devil King. Looking at the shocked expression of the traitors, Mirko laughed. Later, he explained to Dany, if I fulfill my promise and let them live a rich and beautiful life, they will become righteous and kind in the sunshine and happiness, and they will regret their betrayal. The cruel living environment of the barren hills and turbulent rivers will further deepen the hatred and viciousness in their hearts. This is what I want. Anyway, their loyalty to me comes from fear, and I am the source of their fear. They will always be my loyal servants. Chapter 1185. The Battle of the Rain of Tears completely broke the backbone of the Mortal Alliance. The failure brought by the war was comprehensive. First, there was a big problem with the trust and unity of the elves. The main force of the Battle of the Rain of Tears was Fëanor's children and the cousins of the second uncle's family. The descendants of the third uncle did not participate, and neither did the Shinda elves. On the third uncle's side, Faragon was the last son. He was dead, and his successor refused to cooperate with Fëanor's children because Fëanor's children had plotted against his family business after Faragon's death. The Shinda elves and most of the Teleri elves did not participate in the war because of the Silmarils. Fëanor's children asked King Ting to hand over the Silmarils, and even threatened to send troops to attack Doria's, Ting's kingdom, after the war. If one looked at the map, it would be clear that Fëanor's children and his cousins were the first line of defense against Mirko, followed by the Shinda elves. Now that there was a conflict between the two sides, the defeated Fëanor's children could not stay at the second line of defense, and could only continue to wander to the south. Thus, the Shinda elves were at the forefront, and the Nodo elves at the back were unwilling and unable to provide support. As mentioned before, Nodo was a German elf, Teleri was an Italian elf, and the Shinda elves were the missing Teleri elves. How could they block this? Nodo could be a barrier, but the Shinda elves could not. Another explosive point of the conflict between the elves was the Silmarils. Previously, Fëanor's children were busy fighting the Fifth War of the Gods, and still had hope of defeating Mirko, who had 2 Silmarils. Now that the external war had been defeated, even the strongest person felt despair. The external war had failed, and the internal conflict had nowhere to go, and could only erupt more violently. Other than the internal conflict between the elves, there was also a crisis of trust between the elves and the humans. Other than the 3 major families of Eden, the elves did not dare to trust any humans. Not to mention the elves, even the humans themselves did not dare to trust the humans. Before the Battle of the Rain of Tears, there were very few occupations such as road robbers and bandits. Even if there were, they were guerrillas at the northern border that specialized in ambushing the orc patrols. Now, countless humans who had lost their homes began to rob and kill the humans and elves that passed by, killing for money, regardless of friend or foe. Mirko had truly won. Not only had he destroyed the alliance, but he had also poisoned people's hearts and twisted humanity. The sun was still there and the world was bright. However, the current Central Plains was even darker than the Dark Age after the destruction of the giant lamp. The four elven kingdoms, Gondolin of Torgon, Doriath of Torgon, Narthrond of Faragon's descendants, and Furus of Sedan fell one after another in the following years. Speaking of the final destruction of the elf kingdom, there was one person who had to be mentioned. That person was the unlucky one, Tulin. Well, he and his father, Hurin, were fully qualified to be spokesmen for the Eye of Ungorian. Hu-Lin and Tu-Lin came from the Hado family, which was known as the Loyal Martyrs. In order to protect Taegang, Hu-Lin fought to the last man, and he himself was captured after killing 100 orcs. Without his father and home, Turin grew up in the Tingu Palace. Unfortunately, he, who was a natural calamity, was too unfortunate. When he was young, he accidentally killed an elf official who humiliated him and was forced to escape from Doriath. When he was young, he became a bandit and was later captured and tortured by the orcs. When he was unconscious, he was saved by his good friend. However, because he was dizzy, he thought that the orcs had come to torture him again. He went berserk and killed his best friend by mistake. When he was middle-aged, he went to Narthrond to help the elves fight against the orcs. He became a general and obtained the secret love of the elf princess. However, because he forcefully drove away the orcs nearby, the location of Narthrond, which was hidden in the valley, was exposed. Yumu predicted the tragic fate of Narthrond and secretly sent people to ask the elves to destroy the bridge that connected the city to use the river to stop the orcs' attack. Turin refused. Thus, Glorung led the orcs straight into the city and slaughtered the elf kingdom. What was worse was that Turin was affected by Glorung's illusion. He ignored the cry for help of the captured elf princess and ran back to his hometown. He also accidentally killed his relatives and friends in his hometown. When he woke up, he was filled with regret and hatred. He rushed back to Narthrond but saw the princess who loved him being humiliated and tortured by the orcs. Like a roasted frog, she was skewered on a sharpened wooden stake from her lower body. She died with her eyes wide open. Turin was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He changed his name and wandered around. Finally, he integrated into a human tribe and married a gentle and virtuous wife. However, his wife was his long-lost sister. Her memory was washed away by Glorung and she was stranded here. Before Glorung died, he removed the curse. His sister and wife regained their memory. They couldn't accept this cruel reality and jumped into the river to commit suicide. Fuck, you win. Turin raised his middle finger to the Eye of Angorian above his head and killed himself with his sword. The Eye of Angorian was his old friend. It was hard for others to see it even once in their lifetime. However, he had seen it once every few years since he was young. He was only in his 30s and he had seen it almost 10 times. Every time he saw it, it represented a tragedy. He had just killed Glorung and became the #1 dragon slayer in Middle-earth. He thought that the Eye of Angorian wasn't here for him but he didn't expect, Turin and his sister's wife had just died and his father, Hurin, was released by Mirko. Before that, Mirko often released some captives to return to the humans and elves to collect information before returning to Angband. Therefore, when Hurin returned, he didn't receive the cheers and enthusiasm that a hero should have. Instead, he was shunned by his old friends. He was given the cold shoulder. His son and daughter became brother and sister. His wife was missing. Hurin was desperate. When he faced Morgoth, he didn't give in. Instead, he cursed. He was the first human to withstand the pressure of Mirko's god. Even Balin, who had fallen into Mirko's shadow, fainted due to exhaustion. But now, Hurin was just a lonely old man who was over 60 years old. He stood on the cliff and shouted Taegang's name in the direction of Gondolin. During the Battle of the Rain of Tears, he sacrificed his life to save Taegang. The second son of his second uncle was not an ungrateful person. His Gondolin was also a secret place. He couldn't expose it to Morgoth. But when Hurin shouted, Mirko knew the location of Gondolin. Huron didn't know that Mirko had been secretly watching him. Not long after, Gondolin fell. Taegang died and his country was destroyed. Then, Huron sent Ting Ji's Doriath to his death. He returned to the ruins of Slond and took the most exquisite necklace in the world. He threw it at Ting Ji's feet and said sarcastically, "This is your reward for taking care of my family." Although Myrain comforted him and he apologized to Ting Gu, the necklace became Ting Ji's death. The necklace was a gift from the dwarves to Faragang 400 years ago. It was called the most beautiful necklace in the world. The people in the world of Lord of the Rings had a strange weakness. They were obsessed with useless but beautiful treasures. For example, the Archon diamond in The Hobbit. Ting Gu held the most beautiful diamond of the elves and the most beautiful necklace of the dwarves. He was so obsessed with them that he didn't even care about his beautiful Mayan wife. He asked the dwarves to help him set the diamond on the necklace. They combined to make the most dazzling jewelry in the world. The dwarves succeeded. They were also fascinated. They lost their minds and stabbed Ting Gu to death. It was crazy to kill someone in Ting Ji's palace and steal his treasures. Most of the dwarves died in the pursuit of the elves. Only a few escaped back to their homes. When they returned home, the dwarves changed their story. Ting Gu wanted to cheat them of the payment for making the gemstones, but he accused them of stealing the gemstones. Therefore, the elves and dwarves fell out with each other. Although the rational halflings tried to persuade the dwarves that it was not worth it for a piece of broken stone, the war between the elves and dwarves broke out. The dwarves did what Mirko wanted to do but couldn't. They washed Ting Ji's palace in blood. Well, after Ting Gu died, Marion left Middle-earth and returned to Valinor. Marion, who protected Doriath, disappeared. As the prince consort of Mini, with the right of inheritance, Balin, who had retired, couldn't sit still. He led people to destroy the dwarves who robbed Ting Ji's palace and took back the most beautiful diamond necklace in the world. Mirko laughed. "That's exactly what I want to see. The plot will be even more exciting." He was not wrong. Without Marion, who was the guardian of the country, Doriath had no ability to protect the Silmarillion. In this bright dark age, there were too many jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. After Balin and Lucian were resurrected, they became mortals with limited lifespans. And mortals were not qualified to wear the Silmarillion. Bathed in the light of the diamond, they aged faster and died not long after. Their son inherited the throne of Doriath, Ting Ji's kingdom, and the gemstones. But less than 2 years later, the sons of Fëanor, driven by the Nodo oath, led people to wash Mini for the second time and killed all the male heirs of the Ting Gu family. Balin's grandsons all died, and only his granddaughter escaped with the Silmarillion. For the first time, the 7 sons of Fëanor also suffered losses. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th died on the spot. But they did not get the Silmarillion, so how could they give up? Gondolin, Nargothrond, and Doriath were destroyed one after another. Mirko's army marched straight into the interior of Middle-earth and destroyed the last resistance force, Théoden's port kingdom of Forres. There was no longer a peaceful place in Middle-earth. The elves only had 2 strongholds left, the Syrian estuary near the sea and Théoden's Baral Island. Balin's granddaughter, Elwyn, grew up at the Syrian estuary with the Silmarillion and finally married the second half-elf, blessed, Irendel. The remaining 4 sons of Fëanor once again killed their way to the last sanctuary of the elves, which was the Syrian estuary. That day, the Eye of Angorion bloomed with a shockingly bright and bleak blood light. The light even eclipsed the Silmarillion in Elwyn's hand. The sin of killing their own kin happened to the sons of Fëanor for the 3rd time. They slaughtered all the rebels and forced Elwyn to jump into the sea to commit suicide. 2 of their own brothers died in battle again. The 7 sons of Fëanor were only left with the eldest and second. It was so bleak. At the same time, the Lord of Calamities, Mok Angorion, absorbed the power of sorrow. Ha ha ha, the elves and humans are completely finished. The elven civilization has completely collapsed. The elven race is on the verge of extinction, and the humans. Thinking of the humans, Mirko laughed proudly again. Other than the Edenians, almost all the humans have surrendered to me. They worship me, not Manwë and Eru. I won, ha ha ha. If the story ended here, Mirko had indeed won, a complete victory. He used facts to prove to the elves and humans that Villa had ruled on Nodo's elven fate back then. Mortals could never defeat Villa. But Mirko was not the only Villa in the world. The third battle of the gods officially began. When the elves and humans representatives knelt in front of Manwë to admit defeat and asked for forgiveness from Villa for their past arrogance and crimes, Mirko's end came. Chapter 1186. Burin's granddaughter's husband, Erendil, was the one who represented the humans and elves to submit to Villa completely. His identity was very special. He was the second half-elf, the child of a human prince and an elven princess. Erendil's father, Tu'a, was the cousin of the god of misfortune, Tulin. He was also a close cousin of Burin. Tulin and Hurin were blessed by the Eye of Angorian, and had bad luck their whole lives. Hurin's brother's family, on the other hand, was blessed. Hurin's brother, who lived until the Battle of Tears. This was nothing. The key was that his son, Tu'a, married the daughter of King Nodo without any betrothal gifts. Think about the price Burin paid for Lucian. Tu'a almost got an elven princess as his wife. Later, he seemed to be the first human to reach Valinor and lived with his elven wife until the end of the universe. Think about his cousin, Tulin, and the history of their lovers becoming siblings. On this day, a star that was as fast as an arrow rose into the sky in the west. It was shining with unprecedented brilliance. Dany suddenly felt endless disgust and annoyance. My lord, our great enemy has appeared. She stood on the peak of Mount Angoradam and looked at the white star in the west with a serious expression. It was a star of destiny similar to the Eye of Angoradam. It was different from all the stars that Valda had created. Valda also could not control the power of destiny. The Eye of Angoradam was blessed by all the demon kings. It was the star of misfortune. This new star brought hope and light to those who saw it. In fact, when humans and elves first saw it, they would unconsciously say the name, Star of Hope. Not only was it the Star of Hope, but it was also a great hope. How great was the hope to have such a name? The hope of salvation. Damn it, that's the Silmaril. Mirko was furious. His roar shook the mountains. Someone brought the Silmaril to Valinor. But Manwë had already sealed the passage between Middle-earth and Amen continent. Villa has broken her oath. Because of the Silmaril, they could only reach Amen continent, Dany said. Mirko suddenly realized something and said coldly, I understand now. It's Erendil and Erwin. When Fëanor's son launched a surprise attack on the Syrian estuary, Erwin took the gemstone and jumped into the sea. At that time, Womu must have made his move. Villa wants to. Soon, the scouts returned with news that the sailors who had gone out to sea with Erendil to search for Valinor had returned. It was indeed Yomu who had saved Elwyn and sent her and the elven diamond to Erendil's ship. At that time, the elves and humans were only left with the Syrian estuary as their sanctuary and were on the verge of extinction. Erendil parted ways with his wife and son and led 3 sailors out to sea in search of Valinor. In the past few years, they had been unable to get close to the legendary land until Erwin and the Elven Diamond arrived. The Elven Diamond emitted the light of the 2 holy trees and pointed them in the right direction. Erendil's wish was fulfilled. On behalf of the humans and elves, she requested Villa to save Middle-earth, which was shrouded in darkness. Later, Villa bestowed Erendil with her blessings and sanctified his ship. Erendil, who had obtained immortality, wore the Elven Diamond and boarded the spaceship, becoming a dazzling star. The final battle of the gods had begun. On Villa's side, Villa, Maya, and Fanya's elves were the main force. The sparse number of Edenians and the Nodo elves led by third uncle served as support. The elves of Middle-earth did not participate in that battle. On Mirko's side, ironically, most of the humans were on Boss Me's side. More than 1 million well-equipped human soldiers. There were so many of them that even the Great Plains could not contain them. Other than the humans, there were also the beast men, Balrogs, demon wolves, vampires, and other veteran soldiers. Facing Villa, they were all happy. The Balrogs were almost completely wiped out. Only 2 or 3 managed to escape in the chaos. The humans and beast men did not have a chance to perform. They were like catkins blown into a fire pit. They could not stop Villa, nor could they add any glory to Villa's victory. In the Battle of the Gods, they were too insignificant. Only when the demon dragon army appeared did Villa's attack suffer a setback. Countless demon dragons, thousands of them, covered the sky. Every one of them was longer and fiercer than Smog. Especially the leading black dragon Akalagang. Its body was more than 5,000 meters long. When it spread its wings, the sun was blocked. It breathed out dragon flames, and the world's temperature rose by a few degrees. For the first time, Dany saw the death of the gods of the blessed land. It was not just one. Hundreds of Mayas were bitten to death by the demon dragons and crushed to death by Mount Tai. This was awkward. The dragon flames could not burn them to death. Actually, these demon dragons could not only breathe fire. They could also spit lightning, poison fog, and other strange attacks. However, their attack power was not high. It was not that the dragon flames were not strong enough. It was just that they had no effect on Villa. Her energy level was not as high as Villa's. Physical attacks were more direct and effective. Seeing the demon dragon's ferocity, Dany and Mirko were not too happy. That was because the other party also had an air force. Sure enough, the Star of Hope led a group of giant birds over. Not only Manway's giant eagle, but countless large birds also began to madly besiege the group of dragons. "Stranger, where's your Star of Misfortune?" "The Star of Hope is here," Mirko shouted. The Star of Misfortune had appeared long ago. It came for Mirko. He would not be able to escape today. Dany was afraid that Boss Me would not look good, so she hid the stars in the black smoke. "My king, the Star of Misfortune is in the River of Fate and is not under my control. The Star of Hope is in outer space and can come and go as he pleases. However, it's easy to leave the River of Fate, but difficult to enter again," Dany said. She did not know how much she had paid to let the Star of Misfortune enter the River of Fate. How could she let her previous efforts go to waste just because of personal feelings? "My demon dragons are about to be slaughtered by him," Mirko said anxiously. "After leaving the River of Fate, Villa can destroy the Eye of Angorian." Dany shook her head. Roar! At that moment, Akalagang the black dragon howled. It fell from the sky like a mountain collapsing. Boom! Angorian Peak was the highest peak in the world. It was more than twice as tall as Mount Everest in the future. However, when Akalagang fell, it destroyed 3 peaks that were more than 10,000 meters tall. "It's over." Mirko howled and hurriedly escaped to the deepest part of the underground cave. "My king, don't run. Crown the prince first," Dany shouted from behind. The power of misfortune was too strong. The Eye of Angorian could not help but reveal itself. Ah! Blood splattered everywhere. The Star of Hope bathed in it felt a burning pain. The elven gem emitted an overwhelming white light, but it was still pushed back by the blood light. "Erendel, your mission is complete. Leave quickly." Giant Eagle Sorondo shouted. "I am the Star of Hope. I have the elven gem." Erendel was unwilling to give up. Sigh, even Villa could not go against fate. At this moment, the Eye of Angorian represents fate. Sorondo sighed. "I also represent fate, hope and beautiful luck," Erendel said. Although he said that, the powerful pressure and the piercing pain in his soul still forced him to stay away from Angorian Peak. Irendel, I request for peace negotiations with Villa. When Villa started to open the land of Angorian Peak like the last time, Mirko could not help but beg for mercy. This time, Manwë did not participate. He only sent the chief herald, Irendel, as the commander. Manwë was not the only one who did not come. Many powerful main gods, such as Tokus and Alam, did not come. There was no need. Morgoth, thy end is at hand, said Ianwë, who had kicked Mirko over with his foot. Two unknown Mayor advanced, and handcuffed him. One of the Hercules under Tokus punched him and turned Mirko's iron crown into an iron collar. Another Villa chuckled and took away 2 elven gems. Mirko was extremely embarrassed. He squatted on the ground and squeezed his head tightly between his knees. He was like a prostitute who had lost her footing in the street under the neon lights during a crackdown on pornography. The last time he was caught, Manwë sentenced Mirko to 1,000 years in prison. This time, he was thrown to the wall of night. His hands and feet were bound, and he floated alone in the dark outer space. He would never be able to return to Arda. 590 years after the sun came out, the first era ended, and the second era began. 200 years later, Dany finally found Mirko, who was floating in the dark void like a meteorite. His current state was very strange. He had been stripped of his physical body as Tyrant Utamo, but he had another body. A body that was a mixture of soil, air, ice, and rock, which was also a planet. King. Dany glanced at the gate of night in the distance. Her mental fluctuations were minimized. It was a gate of void that was emitting a faint silver light. It had been following the movement of Mirko's star. On the other side of the gate was Valinor. From time to time, Villa would poke her head out to check on Mirko's movements. Angorian. After some time, Mirko finally woke up a part of his consciousness. It's me. King, how are you? My power is being extracted bit by bit and spread to the entire wall of night, Mirko said weakly. Why is this happening? Dany asked, puzzled. She could feel that Mirko was dissipating. At first, she only thought that this was Villa's punishment. I will become the dark energy that fills the universe. It is invisible and unobservable, but it is an evil energy that truly exists. This energy can help speed up the formation of the new universe, Mirko said. Dark matter. Dany was shocked. Mirko was silent. Why did you give the dark matter the evil attribute? Dany asked, puzzled. As the controller of the 3 songs of law of darkness, ice, and fire, it seemed reasonable for him to become the dark energy of the universe. But why was Mirko's evil not removed? Instead, it seemed like he had nurtured the evil in Arda, so that he could become the world of dark matter. I don't know the content of the 4th theme, Mirko said bitterly. This time, it was Dany's turn to be silent. How is Arda? Mirko asked. The continent in the northwest is broken again. Some elves responded to Villa's call and returned to Valinor. Manwë forgave them for their arrogance and disrespect. The Teleri elves of Okarandi also forgave Nodo for killing his kin. It was a happy ending. Ha ha ha, Villa took in a pack of domestic dogs, Mirko sneered. Some elves also chose to stay in Middle-earth. But the second era is the era of humans, the era of the Númenóreans, Dany said. Númenóreans? It's the kingdom built by the Edenians. The Vala built an island between the Middle-earth and Amen. The Númenóreans live long lives and never get sick. They are very intelligent and tall. They are completely different from the barbarians of Middle-earth. Chapter 1187. Where's my gemstone? Mirko asked. After the battle, the eldest and second brother of the Fëanor family asked Ianwë for the gemstone. Ianwë asked them to return to Welinor and ask for forgiveness from Manwë. The second brother was almost driven mad by Phaenos' oath. He wanted to surrender to Villa, but the eldest brother was still insistent. Later, the two brothers sneaked into Villa's camp under the cover of the night. They killed the guards and stole the gemstone. However, their theft happened to cut off the last bit of ownership of the gemstone that Phaenos' son had. From that moment on, the gemstone that Phaenos forged had nothing to do with the Phaenos family. The eldest brother could not bear the pain of being burned by the gemstone. He jumped into a crack in the ground and ended it all. The second brother threw the gemstone into the sea. He went mad. After all, he's the world's second singer. I reluctantly accepted him as my follower. Mirko said thoughtfully, one gemstone in the sky, one in the sea, and one in the earth's core. This is all arranged by fate. Phaenos and his son's struggle for hundreds of years was not to take revenge on me, but to keep making mistakes. In the end, they completely lost their ownership of the gemstone. My king, your mind is quite clear now. Danny praised. When was my mind not clear? Boss Me said proudly. Then, he asked curiously, the universe is so big, and Villa is guarding this place. How did you find me? My black hole divine technique has some success. I determined your position based on the changes in the gravitational waves. Mirko was stunned. Is it too late to study the black hole law now? In our world, the laws are cultivated slowly from nothing, Danny said. But level 1 is different. In level 1, you can only cultivate spells. You can't improve your skills, Mirko said. That was the truth. Soren was a top-notch master of dark arts. For thousands of years, he had never slacked off. He was even more hardworking than Danny. His talent and wisdom were not bad either. However, after so many years, Soren's level did not improve. He did not develop another Song of the Laws. It was not his problem. This world did not allow the cultivation of the laws. Although Danny's stranger body had been rapidly increasing her strength, that was because she had sung the Song of the Calamity Star before entering the first level. Now, she wasn't increasing her nomological progress, but her strength and technique. In theory, after entering the first level, it's almost impossible to comprehend the laws. However, my current situation is special. The black hole is me. The law of black hole can be evolved from the law of gluttony. It's like making noodles out of flour, Danny said. Mirko remained silent for a while and said, I sealed Sagrador in the dark canyon in the south. Danny frowned. Everything we think and do is in Iru's sight. If it really controls everything, why would it need to evolve the world? It can't control everything, but it can definitely control us, Danny said. If we don't take the risk, we will all become part of the universe. Do you think I'm qualified to evolve the dark matter realm? All the flame demons and ES God that died in battle, as well as all the secret fires that I gave out, became a part of the dark energy of the universe. Iru planned this from the start. Mirko said with hatred. I feel that we should focus on stability at this stage. At least, we should see what a fully mature universe is like, Danny said. If that's the case, why are you looking for me? Mirko's tone became colder. To catch up. By the way, who will be the next Devil King after you die? Even if I choose Soren, as long as you tell others that I chose you, I can't argue, Mirko said coldly. King, what kind of person do you think I am? Danny complained loudly. That lousy Devil King position has no benefits at all. Instead, it's a live target for Villa. Why would I want it? You say that because you don't understand the use of the Devil King position, Mirko said sarcastically. Danny asked curiously, what use? Mirko said with a deep voice, to be blessed by the heavens and guide the fate and era. But I always feel that you are like a villain in a novel. Your fate is already determined, Danny said. Nonsense. Nonsense. Mirko let out an earth-shattering roar. The gate of darkness in the distance began to flash with the light of Amen. King, Villa is coming. Quickly choose the Dark Lord. Soren understood, Devil King Soren. Danny disappeared. Mirko said, I mean, Soren and you fight. Whoever wins will be the Devil King. Compared to the colorful first era, the second era lasted longer, but it was also less interesting. The Star of Hope, Erendel and Erwin had two half-elf sons. The eldest son was the top boss in The Lord of the Rings, King Elrond, the guy who acted as the villain of The Matrix. King Elrond and his younger brother, Elos, were only half-elves. They did not have the eternal lifespan of elves. Because of their father, the Savior, Villa gave them the freedom to choose their own fate. King Elrond chose the elven fate, to become an elf and live forever. When the second son saw that his elder brother had become the king of the elves, he decided to become the king of the humans. His granduncle, Tulin, had lovers and ended up as siblings. Thus, Elo's grandfather, Tulin, became the leader of the Hader tribe and was also the leader of the Edenians. To completely become a human, one had to accept the fate of death. Elos built the kingdom of Atlantis and was the king for 500 years. The Edenians' efforts in the early years were rewarded. After the final battle, Villa built a large island between Valinor and Middle-earth, Numenor. In the third and fourth epochs, Numenor became the legendary Atlantis. Both the Edenians and Numenor were blessed by Villa. The weather was good and there were no epidemics. The Numenorians were tall and handsome. They were strong and intelligent. They never fell sick and could live for 300 to 400 years. They inherited and developed the elven civilization. The humans in Middle-earth were treated the exact opposite. They sided with Mirko in the War of the Gods and were completely abandoned by Villa. Not only were their physiques and intelligence much weaker than the early humans, they also lost the human civilization that the elves developed in the first era. They became barbarians while the Numenorians became gods. In fact, when the Numenorians traveled through Middle-earth, they were worshipped as gods by the barbarian tribes. There were only a few small elven tribes left in the Middle Lands. The one with the highest status, Galadriel, was just a little girl in the previous era. Actually, Sedan's seniority was higher, but he had no royal bloodline. Galadriel was the mother-in-law of King Elrond, and King Elrond was Aragorn's father-in-law. In the Second Era, 1595, Dany found the hard-working demon Lord Soren at Mount Doom. What have you been doing all these years? In less than 600 years, the king has already destroyed the humans and elves. You've been the Devil Lord for almost 600 years, but you haven't even established a single base. Even when you're out there, you're always sneaking around, not daring to show your true face. King Soren looked around and sighed. Look, there's only the two of us now. There's not even a flame demon or a demon dragon. Our family's resources were all lost in the last war. What can I, the demon Lord of Darkness, do? We're weak, and the humans and elves are even weaker. Dany said. Now is Numenorian's golden age. We need to keep a low profile. Just the people of Eden. They can't even be considered as the main characters in the early years. Dany said with disdain. Numenorian is just beside the Amen continent. They're too close to Villa. Soren said. Then, he looked at Dany and asked, You said that I've been doing nothing. What have you been doing for the past 1,000 years? Writing poems and singing songs. When I'm tired, I go back to the underground world to rest. Soren said with a straight face, I heard that you have demon dragons and flame demons in your underground city. How can an underground city be called an underground city without black dragons? If you want demon dragons and flame demons, you can show your banner and summon the demon lords from all over the world back to the demon lord. Sigh, I've looked for them, but they don't listen. Soren said helplessly. If they don't listen, just beat them. Flame demons are rare, but demon dragons are everywhere. Not only were flame demons rare, but they also liked to burrow underground. They were very difficult to find. In the last battle, thousands of demon dragons died, but hundreds of them escaped. Now, Middle-earth was often plagued by dragon disasters. Those old dragons are too strong. I've tried, but I can't beat them, Soren said awkwardly. If you can't beat the old dragons, you can beat the younger ones. Beat them until they're convinced and wait for them to grow up, Danny said. Oh, that's worth a try. Soren's eyes lit up. He then said excitedly, when the One Ring is completed, my power will increase by several times. I can even control a large number of elf kings. When that time comes, I should be able to tame many demon dragons. Danny came for the One Ring. The Ring of Power had appeared 100 years ago, but the One Ring was the last to be completed. Are you planning to inject most of your power into the One Ring? Danny asked. How did you know? Soren asked curiously. A dwarf king accidentally dug through the earth's crust and fell into an underground city. He played in Bell and Nightless City for 10 days and 10 nights. He opened a total of 777 bottles of royal salute and called for 40 ladies. In the end, he didn't have the money to pay, so the One Ring of the dwarves was confiscated. The One Ring was forged using your witchcraft. After I studied it, I immediately discovered the secret of the One Ring. There was a lot of information in this sentence. Soren was stunned for a while before he frowned and said, Bell and Nightless City, royal salute, ladies, what are those? Didn't you also dance at a disco in the past? Bell and Nightless City is a disco opened by a fallen Sindar elf. That guy secretly fantasized about his queen for many years. Now that he came to an underground city, of course he wanted to vent his desires. Royal salute, you also drank it in the past, but you said it wasn't strong enough. Miss, you don't even know this, how did you become the fallen demon king? Danny was starting to dislike him. Soren frowned and said, the 20 rings of power are currently in the hands of the elves. Where did the dwarf king get them? I heard that he borrowed them from his half-human cousin. The elf king suspected your identity and wanted the wisest half-human prophet to test the hidden dangers of the rings, Danny said. Other than the One Ring, which was forged by Soren alone, the 20 rings of power were forged by him while he disguised himself as an elf and taught the elf master craftsmen how to forge them. Did the half-human prophet discover the secret of the rings of power? Soren asked nervously. He only sensed that the One Ring contained an ominous aura, but he didn't discover the secret you left behind. That's good. Soren let out a sigh of relief. If you put most of your power and will into the One Ring, your strength will be greatly reduced, and you'll also have a fatal flaw. Destroying the One Ring is the same as destroying yourself. You're looking for death. Danny warned. Chapter 1188. As long as the One Ring doesn't leave my body, all flaws are no longer flaws. As long as I have the One Ring, no one in the world can take it away from me, Soren said proudly. We've been friends for countless years. Danny sighed and said sincerely, maybe you don't know much about yourself, but I can tell you clearly that you're not good at fighting. I had many achievements in the past. Soren's face turned red. It's all because of schemes. Hundreds and thousands of heroes emerged from the humans and elves, but you didn't kill any of them. Soren gritted his teeth and said, when I wear the One Ring, you'll know my power. Danny said, do you have to make it into a ring? Why not fake teeth or armor? The fake teeth are hidden in the mouth, and the armor is hard to remove. Also, the One Ring is indestructible. If it's made into armor, it can increase your defense. There was no doubt that the One Ring could be made into armor. The One Ring was not made of materials that could be seen with the naked eye. It could fit anyone's finger, be it a hobbit's small hand, a giant's big hand. Even the 1,000-meter-long ancient megalosaurus could wear it. Soren was stunned and said, the fake teeth are too ugly, and the armor is too unartistic. You disguised yourself as an elf and mingled among the elves for 1,000 years. Did you also pick up the bad habits of the elves? Soren said hesitantly, the One Ring suits the aura of the One Ring of Darkness better. When King Mirko obtained the Silmarils, he didn't make them into weapons or armor. So, the first king has passed away. Soren looked at the forging table beside the volcano's lava pool and fell silent. Danny advised, trust me. If it's made into a ring, your flaws are too obvious. If it's made into armor, there are almost no flaws. I usually dress as a conjurer. I don't like to wear armor, Soren said hesitantly. Soren, are you sure your hesitation comes from your heart? For the first time, the face behind the stranger's hood revealed a pair of glowing eyes. He stared straight at the fairy-like Soren. What do you mean? Soren frowned. A mysterious and unknown power rose from Danny's body and enveloped the two of them. Her voice rang softly in his ear, in the stories of novels, all the demon kings will be defeated by the heroes. The author of the novel is the master of fate. If you forge the One Ring, destiny will create a hero. He will find an opportunity to snatch the One Ring and defeat you. If you cast it into armor and wore it every day, the hero who could take it away wouldn't need to take it away from you. It's almost impossible for such a human or elf hero to appear. Soren shuddered. An inexplicable fear filled his chest. In an instant, his face turned pale, and sweat poured out of his forehead. I want to forge armor, he said. As soon as these words were spoken, the eye of Angorian, which had been drifting in the river of fate, suddenly changed its direction. It followed the surging river water and turned in an unknown direction. I'll help you. Danny smiled. She even took out a piece of mithril that the fallen dwarves offered to the Spider Queen and made it into a chainmail that covered the armor. After 3 years, a set of dark golden armor with a sci-fi feel was successfully forged. It didn't have the complicated patterns and decorations of the elves. It was smooth, simple, and ironed without any extra parts. The core part of the One Ring armor is this pair of golden underwear. Even if someone used a trick to steal your armor, they wouldn't strip you of your underwear, right? Also, Danny looked at the lava pool of the volcano that was emitting a shocking red light and heat. She sneered, only the Mount of Doom, which is used to forge armor, can destroy the armor. What's the point of leaving such a huge flaw? We did many things that destroyed the continent in the past. It's just a volcano. So what if it's destroyed? Soren nodded in agreement. It was difficult for Soren to defeat an elf king hero in a one-on-one battle without using the power of the law. However, it was easy for him to destroy the volcano and shatter the earth with the power of the law. He still wanted to build a base in Mordor. He didn't destroy the Mount of Doom, but he did drain the nearby earth veins of the Earth's fire in a short period of time, causing the active volcano to die. When the volcano was extinguished, Danny stopped Soren, who was about to try on the armor of the ring. As long as you wear it, the elves will discover the secret of the Ring of Power, and the war will begin. Are you ready for the war now? I'm definitely on the offensive side. Before the elves unite, I'll defeat them one by one, Soren said confidently. Sigh, you're not looking at the big picture. Danny sighed. Tell me about it. Soren's face darkened. In the last era, King Mirko didn't care about the Sindar elves. Reality has proven that he was right. Now, the elves of Nodo who can fight are either crippled or have returned to Valinor. The remaining elves in Middle-earth. Danny shook her head. She didn't even want to look down on him. Just by watching The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, one would think that the elves were awesome in terms of appearance, attire, and battle. However, only those who had experienced the era of the heroes would understand how powerful the elves were in the Third Era. For example, the elven prince Legolas, whose father was the elven king, was just an ordinary Sindar elven noble in Doriath. He was really ordinary, and couldn't even be considered a branch of the royal family. When the elves of Fëanor slaughtered Doriath, he fled in a hurry and finally built a kingdom in a small forest. Even when the Sindar race was at their peak, Danny looked down on them as stupid elves. one could imagine how powerful the small noble kingdom was later. The supreme king of Noto in the first era had the power to challenge Mirko head-on. At least, he could fight until he was exhausted and hurt Bosmi Ixarion, one of the 12 lords of Gondolin, killed 3 fire demons in one go. Before he died, he even dragged Gothmog, the fire demon king, down with him. In the era of The Lord of the Rings, the achievements of the German elves were unimaginable. The elves now are all the descendants of cowards and losers. They're not worth mentioning. You have to focus on the West. In the last era, the main characters were the elves of Noto. Now, the Númenóreans are the main characters. I'm used to seeing the heroic deeds of the elves of Noto. Of course, I don't care about the Númenóreans, but you're not Mirko either, Danny said in a low voice. Númenóreans are just the descendants of the Ardennes. Soren's eyes flashed. Have you never been to Númenórean Island? Danny asked. It's too close to Amen, Soren said. It's indeed very close. Standing at the top of the mountain, you can even see the harbor of the Light Elves in the west. You've been there. I've been a court musician there for 400 years. Soren said strangely, you sure have a lot of free time. Didn't you disguise yourself as an elf and hang out with them for 1,000 years? Soren's heart skipped a beat. Did the Númenóreans offend you? Those mortals were too arrogant. They publicly insulted me on Erendel's anniversary. They claimed that the blood-red light of the Eye of Angorion would never fall on the descendants of Erendel, Danny said coldly. The founding emperor of Númenórean was the second son of the Great Star of Hope, Erendel. In the past 1600 years, the Númenóreans who had been blessed by Villa had indeed lived a smooth life. They had never seen the Eye of Angorion. Soren asked, you've been a musician for 400 years. They don't know who you are. Villa knows, the Queen knows, and most of the royal family knows. Her father hired me as her music teacher with the highest etiquette and the most precious jewels. They were very respectful to me in the early years, but now they're old and muddle-headed, daring to look down on me. Then, Danny explained the powers of the Númenóreans. Strong physique, intelligence many times that of a mortal, and mastery of elven magic and industry. Soren frowned. Isn't that another Noto elf? That's why you have to be careful. Only wear the armor of the ring when you're ready. What else can I prepare? Danny said mysteriously, I've recently developed a type of demonic art called the Martial Arts Secret Manual. With some success, you'll be able to sense the illusions of gods and devils beyond the 9 heavens and borrow their power. If you're talented and have many fortuitous encounters, you can even replace them and become a true god. Soren was confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Do you know what happened to Bosmi? You told me before that he's turning his body into a path and becoming a part of the dark energy of the universe. It's the same for the dead flame demons, fallen Maya, and Es God, Soren said. Danny nodded. I've estimated that the universe will reach maturity in about 1,500 years. At that time, Bosmi and the others' power and consciousness will completely turn into dark matter, but their laws won't disappear. In fact, they're not completely dead, but in a special state where mortals can't see or touch them. Sauron was very smart. When he heard this, his heart moved, and he said in surprise, could it be that your technique can absorb dark matter and then resonate with the opposite demon gods, and finally seize their song of laws? Yes. Bosmi and the others have now become a type of universal energy. By absorbing this energy into one's body, one can gradually grasp the power of the former demon king. The reason why mortals can't become gods is because the laws of this universe are special. They can't comprehend new laws. Since that's the case, I'll use the 3,000 great paths left behind by the old senior. Each path represents a path to becoming a god, Danny said proudly. If I can grasp the laws and powers of all the demon gods. Soren's eyes lit up. Then you'll definitely surpass the late king and become the first demon king that even Villa fears. Danny said with certainty. You're giving me the secret manual? Soren asked suspiciously. Why don't you cultivate it yourself? First of all, my original body is a black hole, and I ascended a long time ago. Second, I'm ES God, and ES God won't allow me to grasp great power. The secret manual has just been invented, so I don't know if there are any side effects or how I can cultivate it. Let me take a look at the secret manual first, Soren said hesitantly. Danny flipped through it with her left hand and tossed it up. A dozen goatskin scrolls appeared out of thin air and floated in front of Soren. Dragon Elephant Technique, which cultivates the law of strength. Nisha's Leg, which cultivates speed and agility. Utamo Tyrant True Body Technique, which cultivates the power of darkness. Ice, Soren was dazzled. No one has tried it before. You're the first. Soren frowned. I'll have to find someone to try it first. In the next decade or so, he found many beastmen and fallen barbarians to test the technique. It could indeed absorb the dark force from the universe, but the effect was very poor. According to the progress of the test subjects, they wouldn't be able to touch the Song of Laws even after 10,000 years. Soren couldn't wait any longer. Ignoring Danny's warning, he put on the ring armor and declared war on the elves of Middle-earth. The other 20 rings were in the hands of the elves, and he wanted to take them back. Chapter 1189. At the end of the First Era, the War of the Gods shattered the continent in the northwest of Middle-earth. Many elven kingdoms had been built in the region of Beleriand. Morgotha's home in the north sank into the sea. Soren chose a new home in the southwest, the elves in the midwest, and the barbarian humans in the east. When Soren activated the armor of the ring, a war between him and the elves was inevitable. Of the remaining 20 rings of power, 3 were forged by the elves, and the rest were forged by Soren. Either way, Soren's power was thinned out. He had to take them back and give them to those who could be tempted. If the elves hid the rings of power and did not wear them, wouldn't his efforts be wasted? Danny's judgment was right. The elves left in Middle-earth were all trash. Soren did not have flame demons or demon dragons. He only relied on the half-beastmen and the fallen humans to destroy the elven kingdoms in Middle-earth in one wave of attacks. They could not stop him at all. I can easily take down Middle-earth without learning your secret manual. Soren was in high spirits after slaughtering an elven kingdom and taking back 17 rings. But a year later, he fled back to Mordor with his defeated army. The elves asked for help from Numenor. The fleet was so huge that it covered the entire ocean. The soldiers were well equipped, and they had the arrogance to sweep away everything. With the strength of 100 soldiers, King Sauron's army was swept away. Even he himself was almost captured. How can they be so strong? They're not any weaker than the human heroes of the last era. Soren could not accept it. The humans of Middle-earth are deteriorating, but the Númenóreans have greatly evolved under Villa's blessing. They're stronger, smarter, and more mature. They're almost perfect humans. Danny sighed. The effects of Villa's blessing were obvious just by looking at Valinor. Normally, when mortals walked, their feet would be covered in dirt. In Valinor, there was dirt too, but after Villa's blessing, the dirt shone like diamond powder. It was so holy that it could be used as milk tea. If the dirt and rocks were like this, what more humans? Númenóreans also had the right to evolve. They had Ainu's blood in their veins. The ancestor of the Númenórean royal family was Erendel's second son. Erendel himself became the god of luck and hope, and his wife was the granddaughter of Maiamian. What kind of bloodline was this? The Númenóreans were a bunch of inferior versions of Yang Jian. Because of the pressure brought by Soren, the White Dao Association was established thousands of years later. A Maya called Soren came from Valinor, and together with Galadriel, Elrond, and Sedan, the 3 elven kings formed a loose organization to fight against Soren. Why, Gandalf is not in Middle-earth yet. But in the following centuries, Soren kept a low profile, leading a group of trusted aides to train in secret techniques. He also developed the human and dwarven forces in the east, trying his best to avoid conflict with the elves and Númenóreans. But when he wanted to farm in peace, the Númenóreans would not let him. The battle against Soren in 1700 showed the world and Mordor the power of the Númenóreans. It was also the first time the Númenóreans realized how strong they were. They became arrogant, looking down on the gods, and desired more. More wealth, more powerful rule, more immortal lifespan. Before that battle, the Númenóreans had always thought of themselves as humans, often crossing the sea to help the humans in Middle-earth develop their civilization. After that battle, they gradually felt that they and the barbarians were two different races. Friendship and peace turned into conquest and plunder. Establishing colonies, demanding tributes, and even killing and plundering. Númenóreans became richer. But the desire for wealth was easy to satisfy, but how could eternal life be achieved? Death was Iluvatar's gift to the humans, and no one could take it away, although the humans did not necessarily want this gift. The more prosperous one's life was in the modern world, the more unbearable it was to die. More and more Númenóreans began to resent Vila and Iluvatar. Because Vila did not allow them to go to Welinor, because Iluvatar gave the elves eternal life, but deprived them of their wealth. The kings of Númenórean no longer went to Iluvatar's temple to offer sacrifices during the harvest season. Because of their hatred and jealousy, they cut off all contact with the elves. There were even kings who called themselves the ruler of the West, a title given to Manuel. In the year 3261 of the Second Age, the 25th king of Númenórean, Jarl-Pharazôn, personally led an expedition against King Soren of Mordor. Why? Soren roared at the ringwraith. In the past few years, he had been training while using his subordinates to test Dany's secret techniques. At the same time, he developed his forces among the humans, searching for the best human talents and bestowing them with rings of power. Although he caused quite a ruckus, he was very honest. Your Majesty, there are 3 reasons. First, you call yourself the King of Men, and Pharazôn feels greatly offended. Second, he believes that our forces have invaded Númenórean territory. Third, it is said that a Middle-earth human has told Pharazôn that you have the intention to overthrow Númenórean, a ringwraith said while kneeling. Soren was stunned. The 9 ringwraith under me are the most outstanding human kings. The title of King of Men is well deserved. The One Ring did not turn a person into a ringwraith. In fact, the One Ring only had one negative effect, a constant -1 of will. It was like a debuff. Every half a year, one's moral values would decrease. No one could avoid it. Including the future Hobbit. Frodo was able to possess the One Ring not because he was immune to its negative effects, but because his initial moral values were too high. Before becoming a ringwraith, the elites of the human race had enough time to grow into kings. Soren chose the elites of the human race and gave them the One Ring. The power of the One Ring helped the elites become the most outstanding kings, and then they would slowly degenerate into spirits. The One Ring did not bestow upon the great, but it helped those with potential become great. That was why Soren called himself the King of Men. Your Majesty, Pharazôn is an arrogant person. He does not even care about Manuel and Iluvatar, a dark sorcerer advised. This was a fallen human sorcerer who practiced the divine arts. Soren asked again, I have always told you to avoid conflict with the Númenóreans. Why did you invade their territory? Your Majesty, the land we occupied was a colony that they wanted, not an invasion. Intolerable. Soren gritted his teeth. The Númenóreans did have the right to bully him. Their army was like a flood of steel, easily breaking through Mordor's defenses. Soren's minions fled at the sight of them. In the end, King Soren was surrounded by the army in the Balador fortress. He took off his tyrant Mordor jacket and put on the pleasing elven body. He came before Emperor Pharazôn and respectfully swore his loyalty. Sigh, the Dark Lord is getting worse with each generation, Dany sighed as she watched Soren leave with the Númenórean army. Soren became a prisoner, and in a few years, he became the prime minister of the Númenórean king. A series of actions began. He bewitched the Númenóreans into believing in the darkness, abandoned the temple of Ilúvatar, and turned it to worship Mirko, and sacrificed the living to pray for eternal life. The descendants of the Edenians used Ilúvatar's believers as blood sacrifices to Mirko, and called Mirko the ruler of all, torchbearer of freedom, and fountain of power. This, Dany stared in amazement. To increase his persuasion, Soren even gave her divine arts to the Númenóreans. The effect was unexpectedly good. In a short span of 50 to 60 years, thousands of martial grandmasters emerged among the Númenóreans. Soren even bewitched the Númenórean king to cut off by shunning silk. In the end, Pharazôn did the most amazing thing in the Lord of the Rings world. He formed an invincible fleet to conquer Vila and turn Welinor into a colony. Dany did not know what the Númenóreans were thinking. It was not only because of Soren's bewitchment, but also because Pharazôn and most of the Númenóreans wanted to do so. The Númenóreans thought that if they took over Welinor, they would be able to live forever like Vila and completely rule the world. Soren only helped them invent the magic engine, which gave their ships the ability to conquer Amen. By the 3300 year of the Second Age, the Númenóreans had almost the productivity of Earth in the 60s and 70s. That day, the Númenóreans' invincible fleet covered the entire sea, their masts densely packed together like a boundless forest. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Manwë's giant eagles were in formation, their wings wide enough to cover the sun. This was Manwë's last warning to the mortals. But the emperor of the Númenóreans blew the horn to set off. The sun was completely silent, the wind stopped, the waves stopped, and the world was completely silent. Silence. When the first batch of Númenóreans landed on Amen, Yiru made her move. Not Manwë, but Yiru. At that moment, all the villas returned their songs of laws to Yiru. At that moment, Yiru was almost complete. Boom! The sea between Númenórean and Amen split open into a bottomless abyss. The seawater, along with the invincible fleet, all fell into it without causing any ripples. Númenórean Island was at the edge of the abyss. The disaster came quickly and fiercely. The wind blew, the earth roared, the sky shook, and the mountains slid. None of the women and children on the island escaped. The magnificent buildings and the treasures plundered from all over the world all sank into the sea. Later generations called it Atlantis. The appearance of the world changed at that moment, from a flat land to Earth, the sun ship became a star, and the moon ship became Earth's satellite. The solar system was formed. At the same time, in the dark space infinitely far away from Earth, black hole Dany suddenly shone brightly, the endless light illuminating the entire universe white. The white light wrapped around a river, a surging river formed by stars, planets, and small black holes. It was a galaxy. Black hole Dany turned into a white hole, ejecting galaxies one after another. The physical world of the universe was completely set at that moment, and 99% of its mass came from Dany. She changed from Mother of Dragons to Mother of Milky Way. No. Mirko's weak wail came from the depths of the universe. He also became the dark energy of the universe at that moment. Of course, he did not die, but he changed into an invisible, untouchable, and undetectable existence. He became the ghost of the universe, the father of darkness. Amen, where Vila lived, also broke away from the physical world and became an independent small plane of a higher dimension. However, Welinor was not completely cut off from Earth. On the curved sea, there was a straight channel that only the elves could find that led to the world of the immortals. Chapter 1190. The Second Era did not end with the sinking of Númenor. The great demon king Soren had yet to be defeated. The formation of Earth and the physical universe once again caused great changes to the landscape of Middle-earth. However, the residents of Middle-earth felt that the world had changed, and their lives were not affected at all. Not all of the Númenóreans were killed. It was very similar to the Valeglia in A Song of Ice and Fire. Or rather, the author of A Song of Ice and Fire had borrowed Númenor when creating the Valeglia and Targaryen. During the Great Destruction of Valeglia, the nobles of Valeglia who stayed in colonial cities like Volantis, Lys, and Pentos survived. When Númenor sank to the bottom of the sea, the nobles of Númenor who stayed in the colonies of Middle-earth survived. Before the cataclysm of Valeglia, the Targaryens were under political pressure and left the capital of Valeglia in advance, thus preserving the descendants of the Dragon King. Before the cataclysm of Númenor, Prince Arendelle, Aragon's ancestor, a branch of the royal family, who was close to Villa, was pressured by the emperor and the anti-Villa faction. He moved away from the west coast of Númenor. The west coast was near Amen, which was also the site of the cataclysm, and moved to the east coast near Middle-earth. When the cataclysm came, the descendants of the emperor survived. Later, Aragon's ancestor lost his royal power, and Whitetown, the capital of Gondor, was ruled by the prime minister. Later, Dany and Rhys's father was destroyed and lost the King's Landing, and the ministers ruled the country. Aragon was born because a witch told his parents that the union of the two could give birth to the child of destiny. Dany was born because a forest witch told her grandparents that the union of the Mad King and Layla could give birth to the Savior. Aragon had a broken sacred sword, and after fixing it, he became the king of men recognized by the people of Gondor. Dany had a petrified dragon egg, and when the dragon hatched, she became the queen of the Undulls, Nuanar, and the First Folk. He had digressed. The Númenóreans in the colony and the human emperor's ancestors under Villa's protection had all survived the Númenórean cataclysm. In 100 years, Arendelle's two sons each built a city at the gates of Mordor, forming a country, Gondor. Some of the Númenóreans in the colony repented and turned over a new leaf. They no longer dared to rebel against Villa and returned to the rule of the Gondor. Some of them continued to degenerate and became Sauron's lackeys. They became the Black Númenóreans. I've decided to attack Gondor. 100 years after the cataclysm, Sauron, who had recovered from his injuries, told Dany. Yes, Sauron was heavily injured during the cataclysm. He was the prime minister and advisor of the Númenórean emperor. When the emperor left for Amen, he was in charge of the Mirko Temple on Númenórean Island. It was a magnificent cylindrical building, 150 meters tall and 150 meters in diameter. The walls were 15 meters thick, and not only was there a statue of Mirko inside, Dany and some of the former demon kings were also there to protect Boss Me. There was blood to be enjoyed during the 4 seasons and 8 festivals. To be honest, using a believer as a sacrifice was quite delicious. Of course, Sauron would not follow the Númenórean emperor to Welinor. He had purposely sent them to their deaths. However, even with Sauron's dark heart, he did not expect Iluvatar to be so ruthless as to destroy the entire Númenórean island. Not a single person was spared, not even the women and children. He was caught off guard. When Emperor Pharazôn sounded the war horn, he sat on a large black chair in the center of the dark temple and laughed. When the storm in the distance roared like thunder, he knew that Villa was angry and that the Númenóreans were doomed. He laughed a second time. When the invincible fleet approached Amen, the blood-red eye of Angorion covered the land. Sauron knew that everything was set in stone and laughed a third time. He laughed as he followed the temple and the island into the bottomless abyss. The smile on his face froze and was replaced by fear and disbelief. Iluvatar, you're ruthless, with a cry, Sauron was reduced to ashes. His physical body was completely destroyed. Not only was one of his clothes destroyed, he had also lost the ability to wear and change clothes. In theory, he could only exist in the form of a spirit or energy body from now on. This was not a big deal. To Maya and Villa, physical bodies were like clothes. Taking off their clothes would not affect their strength. The problem was that Dany had persuaded him to change the One Ring into an armor with underwear as the core. According to his original fate, when Soren went to Númenórean as a captive, he left the One Ring in his hometown to prevent the emperor from snatching it away as a spoil of war. But this time, he was wearing his underwear. The Númenóreans would never think of taking off someone else's underwear. This was also the reason why Dany had designed the One Ring as underwear. No one would think of it, and even if they did, they would not have the ability to take it off. If there really was someone who could forcefully pull off Sauron's pants, then he wouldn't need the Supreme Demon Pants anymore. He could just crush Sauron to death with his own strength, so as to avoid dirtying his hands and eyes. Such a perfect design with almost no flaws. But he did not expect to meet Iluvatar, who did not care about martial ethics. The Supreme Devil Pants were indestructible only for mortals. Not to mention Iluvatar, even Villa in Valinor could easily crush the One Ring or Devil Pants. King Soren, have you fixed your Supreme Devil Pants? Dany asked. Glancing at the ringwraith and devil spawn below the throne, Soren's ferocious face was filled with shame and anger. 80% of them were destroyed. I only managed to save some fragments. The mithril chainmail and the Supreme Devil armor were destroyed. The core of the pants became tight briefs. Dany pursed her lips and asked, "You lost 80% of your strength as well?" Not that much. When the devil pants shattered under the power of the cataclysm, the spirit and magic that leaked out were absorbed by me. Overall, I only lost 30% of my strength compared to when I was at my peak. But not only did the Númenóreans lose 90% of their population, they also lost their civilization and wisdom. They lost far more than I did, Soren said. How are the devil pants now? Dany asked. Soren's expression was awkward as he said in a low voice, the style has changed, but it can still be used. Its functions are intact. Then, he showed Dany and the other devils the brand new ring armor, a pair of golden thighs, a helmet, and a round shield. The ring armor had changed from the Roman armor to the armor of the 300 Spartan warriors, without armor. Isn't this a little too revealing? Dany did not dare to look at it, afraid that the poison would blind her eyes. After losing the ability to transform into a human form, Sauron, like Mirko, used dark energy to construct the body of the Demon Lord. His skin was dark, could absorb light, and exuded the light of fear. His body was as powerful as Thanos, and his appearance was terrifying. But wearing a pair of golden thighs, it was too. Why don't you give me some mithril and let me make a chainmail? Soren also felt that this outfit was too revealing. No, mithril is too rare. Also, I made an oath a long time ago. The dwarves' self-abandonment doesn't count, but I can't attack them, Dany said. Sigh, I can only use normal metal armor for a while. When I unify Middle-earth, I'll ask the dwarves to give me mithril. A year later, the Devil Lord Soren took down White City and burned the white tree that represented the destiny of the human king in the city. The Gondor people were defeated one by one. Under the matchmaking of the White Dao Association, the Gondor people, Middle-earth elves, and dwarves formed a great alliance. The Devil Lord is too strong. Normal people can't defeat him at all. We have to borrow his wisdom. In the meeting of the alliance's leaders, Isildur took out a scroll of parchment with a serious expression. The words, Evil Warding Sword Manual, were written on it. He was the Lord of White City, the eldest son of a prince who had escaped from Númenor's calamity. The current Gondor kingdom was built by him and his younger brother, Anarion. TSK, this is the secret sorcery manual Soren passed down to his eunuch slaves. His father, Erendil, exclaimed. Gilgalad frowned. Wasn't Númenor's lesson enough? I thought you firmly believed in Villa. He was the supreme king of Nodo who had stayed in Middle-earth. He was the grandson of his second uncle, the king of Fun. He led a portion of Nodo who had not returned to Valinor and the Sindar elves who had lost their home in the First Era. Isildur said, I respect Villa, but faith can't change the outcome of the war. We need power. Countless martial artists have proven that the darkness origin power absorbed by the secret sorcery manual can affect one's mind, but as long as one's mind is firm, they can refine an even stronger martial will. If you're really worried, after defeating Soren, you can cripple your inner strength and return to normal. The Elven King hesitated. You can try. No martial artist has ever degenerated into a demon. At most, they'll be a little extreme. After crippling their inner strength, they'll return to normal, Saruman said. You're a white-robed wizard, but you can't defeat Soren. The Elven King frowned. He knew Saruman's background. Like Soren, he was a Maya. Soren has the demonic pants. The white-robed wizard sighed. Everyone fell silent. After a while, Elendir said, you can learn the secret sorcery manual, but not this Bishia sword manual. You can learn the dragon elephant art or the 9-sun divine art from the emperor. They'll be more powerful and have more potential. But it'll take a long time. What we lack now is time, but the Bishia sword manual can be learned quickly, Isildo said. But this is a secret manual for eunuchs, the old man said with difficulty. I'm more than 200 years old, and I have several sons. In the end, Aragon's ancestor became a eunuch. The two sides fought in Mordor for almost 10 years. The human and elven armies lost 70% of their forces, but they still managed to hold on until the end. In the final battle, Soren left Barad-dûr fortress wearing the demonic pants and joined the battle. He was unparalleled in the alliance. It was like a giant beating a human child. No one could stop him except for heroes with noble bloodlines. Even the human king Eärendil and the supreme king of the Noldor, Gil-galad, had died under his greatsword. Fortunately, Isildo, who had practiced the Bishia sword manual for 10 years, turned the tide. He pretended to be a corpse. When King Soren was laughing while holding his father's head, Isildo's sword came from the west and cut him in half. This was what he learned from the water god Yumu. The broken demonic pants couldn't protect the whole body. There was a fatal slit at the waist. No. Soren wailed and turned into a shadow in the black smoke, floating toward the far east. The devil body he had left behind was like a piece of burnt coal. With just a squeeze, it was crushed into pieces. A breeze blew the pieces away, leaving only a golden pair of pants. Although it was a bit eye-catching, anyone who saw it couldn't help but be fascinated. The great hero Isildo picked up the demonic pants and took a deep breath. His eyes were full of intoxication and satisfaction. Precious. The second era ended. Chapter 1191. The Númenóreans were the main characters of the Second Era, and the Númenórean kingdom was the starting point of the Second Era. However, the fall of the kingdom did not mark the end of the Second Era. She had waited for more than 100 years for Soren to recover from his injuries during the Great Calamity, and for him to be defeated by the combined forces of the humans and elves. Only then did the Second Era officially end. Dany could not help but shudder. The end of every era was accompanied by the fall of a dark demon lord. Soren had not completely fallen, but Dany could already foresee his final outcome. He would continue to be the demon lord in the new Third Era, and then be completely defeated at the end of the era. She was afraid. Because after Soren, only she could be the demon lord. Destiny was the mission given by the heavens. But there would be a day when the mission was completed, the demon lord's destiny ended, and the demon lord's life was at stake. 1,000 years after the start of the Third Era. In a temple of a barbaric kingdom in the Far East. The dark temple was empty and silent. There were no living people. Torches burned on the walls, and the sound of monks chanting could be heard outside the thick and tall iron door. Following the evil scriptures, strands of darkness surged in from the west, from the dome of the temple. There were human cries, curses, and cries of despair in the black smoke. The red flames of the torches floated in the darkness, like a drowning person trying to escape from a dark river. All the darkness gathered in the center of the temple, and an illusory shadow floated in it. After some time, the shadow gradually solidified, revealing a pale-faced and blood-red-eyed dark demon lord. Dani's figure appeared out of nowhere, but it was natural. She took a step forward and smiled. "Congratulations, King Soren, on your return from darkness and evil. What happened to this world? It took me 1,000 years to accumulate enough dark and evil power of faith to create a new body. The humans in the Far East are still bloody and depraved, but they still worship me sincerely." Soren complained. "Sigh, the world has changed. It's now the Third Era, and the universe is slowly maturing. Everything is becoming more balanced and stable. That Arda overflowing with origin power only exists in the memories of us old antiques." Dani sighed. To put it bluntly, the world was gradually approaching the end of the Dharma age. Soren was silent for a long time before he asked, "Where are my supreme devil pants?" When the human sovereign snatched your demonic pants, he was deeply infatuated with them. He wasn't willing to hand them over to the White Tao Association for safekeeping. Instead, he announced that the supreme demonic pants were his spoils of war and should be the human sovereign's heirloom. Saruman and Lord Elrond were both furious and worried. However, the Doomsday Volcano has long been extinguished, and the Devil Pants cannot be destroyed for the time being. They also do not dare to say that the White Tao Association can guard the Devil Pants better. "My magic pants have become Isildur's family heirloom?" The Demon Lord angrily bellowed. A bone-chilling wind blew through the hall, and in a few moments, the stone floor and walls were covered in white frost. "Did that damn eunuch wear my devil pants?" After a while, he asked in a muffled voice. Of course he did. After he got his hands on the devil pants, he immediately took off his underwear and changed into the supreme devil pants. He wore them day and night. Under the hood, Dani's expression was filled with disgust and disgust. Because of the supreme devil pants' powerful demonic power, Isildur actually became a man again. Because of this, he treasured the pants even more. Wearing the supreme devil pants allows one to live forever. Could it be that he's still alive? Soren gritted his teeth. No, how could I allow a Dengdan person to wear the Demon Lord's pants and flaunt his prowess? Dani shook her head. Numenor was a country, while Dengdan was a nation formed by the descendants of the Edenians. Dengdan and Numenor were like Han and China. My demonic pants are on you. Soren looked at the hooded stranger's waist. Dani felt another wave of disgust. She shook her head. I won't touch your precious thing even if you beat me to death. After the war, I picked a hero from the human kings who believed in darkness and trained him for 30 years. Finally, when Isildur was out hunting, I successfully assassinated him. At that time, Isildur was cut in half. He was still alive and asked in disbelief, "Why is your sword faster and lighter than mine?" The assassin took off his pants and laughed coldly. Idiot, I'm cultivating the sunflower manual. I can't accept this. I didn't expect the Bishia sword to be incomplete. The human emperor wailed and breathed his last. After hearing about the assassination of the human emperor, Soren hurriedly asked, "Since you took back the demonic pants, where is it now?" "I don't know where Udo hid it." Udo? Soren thought for a moment and said in surprise, "Could it be Udo from the East in the First Era?" "The descendants of the people from the East," Dani said. In the Battle of Tears, in the First Era, Udo and his 3 sons betrayed the alliance between humans and elves, allowing Mirko to win the war between humans and gods. After that, Mirko didn't give the East a rich land in the West. Instead, he locked them up in a cold place. Thousands of years later, their descendants were still tortured by the power of darkness. The Udo family is the same as the Edenians of Balem. They have the bloodline of ancient heroes and are more suitable for cultivating demonic arts. After that, Udo begged me with the demonic pants. He said that he didn't have any descendants and hoped that I would lend him the pants for a few years. I saw that he completed his mission beautifully, so I didn't object. You know, no one can resist the temptation of the supreme demonic pants. After he got his hands on it, he definitely wouldn't want to return it, Soren complained. I'm not stupid. I know about the supreme demonic pants. Danny regretted turning the one ring into a pair of demonic pants. It was too disgusting. He ate the poison I fed him. That's why he left in the supreme demonic pants. Without my antidote, he would die in 20 years, Danny said. Soren believed her. Angorian's poison even killed the two holy trees. A mere mortal wouldn't be able to resist it even if he wore the supreme demonic pants. As the owner of the pants, Soren himself might not be able to resist it. It seems that guy didn't believe you, Soren sighed. Danny said, after 20 years, he never came to find me. 20 years later, I don't know where to find his body. Sigh, I told him clearly that the poison would start acting up after 19 years. It was more painful than any punishment in the world. Only I could help him. He had a year to struggle and hesitate. You're wrong. Losing the supreme demonic pants is the greatest pain in the world, Soren said. Under the hood, Danny's face twisted. I have something else to talk to you about today. I think it's time to choose the Demon King, she said. I just regained my body, and you're telling me this? Soren said unhappily. Sigh, it's because you regained your body that I'm saying this. Once you regain your ability to cause trouble, you'll unconsciously cause trouble. Even if you don't cause trouble, trouble will still come to you. You'll only cause trouble for yourself. Danny looked at him and said sincerely, King Soren, I think you only have one chance left. In every era, we might not be the main characters, but we're definitely the main characters' enemies. If we don't defeat the Demon King, the era won't end. Boss Me survived the Ancient Era and the First Human Era. You survived the Second Era. Now, 1,000 years have passed in the Third Era. The end of the Third Era will most likely be the same story as Boss Me. Every Demon King only has 2 chances. King Soren, your days are near. It's time to arrange your funeral, Danny said softly. Nonsense. King Sauron shuddered, his face pale with fright. That's just your imagination. It's all fake, he emphasized loudly, as if the louder he spoke, the more reasonable his words were. Soren, you know that during the era of the 2 holy trees, I've been studying the light of Amen and the dark light of the Demon King. After thousands of years, I've almost figured out part of the 4th theme of the Aluvita, the evolution of fate between good and evil. No matter how complicated the process is, in the end, good will triumph over evil. Impossible. You're just an ES god. It's impossible for you to decipher the 4th theme of the movement. Even King Mirko can't do it. Soren shook his head. Sigh, let's wait and see. Soren thought that Danny was just exaggerating. However, not long after he regained his human form, the White Dao Association sent 2 blue-robed wizards, also Maya, to the east. They disrupted the Demon King's allies while searching for the Demon King's whereabouts. Soren did not want to fall into the terrible fate that Angorian had created. He could only leave the east and disguise himself as a warlock, living in seclusion in a desolate mountain in the middle of the continent. After thousands of years of hard training in the city called Duguurdu, Soren finally mastered the dragon elephant art. Stranger, your theory is correct. I can really understand the song of law of the deceased Demon King. He was so excited that he immediately used a magic crystal to send a message to Danny. Have you been affected by the demon god's will? Danny asked. Yes, but I'm the Demon King. Lodo is afraid of me. How would he dare to interfere with my thoughts? Lodo was the original owner of the dragon elephant art's corresponding rule of law. He was a fallen Maya and Soren's former underling. If that's the case, the Demon King's status has a miraculous effect on cultivating warlock scrolls. Danny pondered. Other than King Mirko, which Demon King isn't my underling? Soren laughed proudly. Give me 100,000 years. When I've mastered dozens of songs of law, even if they're all just choruses, who in the world will be my match? Stranger, you have to work hard. We once had more than 5,000 fallen Maya. You have to create at least 5,000 warlock scrolls. If I can master all the warlock and demon king's laws, I'll be half an Aluvita. By then, it's not impossible to counterattack Valinor. Ha 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 ha. The next day, Gandalf the Grey went to Dol Guldur. Sauron packed his things and fled in panic. Damn it, why are there Maya from the White Dao Association everywhere? I just want to cultivate. It's been 2,000 years since the Third Era, and I've been wandering everywhere. I don't even have a home to return to. I've never done anything bad or started a war. Isn't it good for everyone to live in peace? Sauron the king said angrily. Dany sighed and said nothing. Sauron the king once again fled to the east. However, the east also had Maya, so he could only keep a low profile. 400 years later, in the year 2460 of the Third Era, Sauron the king left the east again and fled to Dol Guldur. Why do I feel like the whole Middle-earth is filled with Maya? He complained. Not many, just 5, Dany comforted him. Is it necessary? I'm all alone. Is it necessary to send 5 Maya to catch me? Plus, I've always been obedient. I even lost my supreme demon pants. Sauron the king said sadly. Sigh, it can't be helped. It's been 2,500 years since the Third Era. I feel like it's coming to an end. Dany sighed. Sauron the king shuddered and wailed in his mind. It can't be over. I still need to cultivate my sorcery. I haven't lived long enough. Stranger, you told me last time that you wanted to choose the Demon King. I've thought about it. Can we do it in one go? You have a high status, so you can be the Demon King. I'll give up my position and become your lieutenant, he said dryly. Why do you think I want to choose the Demon King? Dany glared at him and said angrily, I'm afraid that after you die, all the demon children, Villa, mortals, and Destiny will think that I have a high status and subconsciously treat me as the Demon King. Chapter 1192. You don't want to be the Devil King? Sauron asked. Don't you want to give up your position as well? Dany's tone was strange as well. The two looked at each other for a long time, then sighed and fell silent. After a while, Sauron asked suspiciously, when you went to outer space to see King Mirko, you told him that he chose me to be the Devil King. You didn't fake the Imperial Edict, did you? Weren't you overjoyed, crying tears of joy? You even praised me loudly, saying that I was honest and reliable, and that I was the most trustworthy friend? Dany asked. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have done it. Sauron King sighed. I'm not lying. The old king really did choose you. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself when you die, Dany said. Don't say, die again. I haven't lived long enough. Sauron King trembled. Why don't you choose a Devil King and see if you can give up your destiny? Dany suggested. Who have you taken a fancy to? Solon asked thoughtfully. Who else is more suitable than Maya? Maya. Sauron was shocked. You mean the 5 Mayas who corrupted the White Dao Association? Dany nodded with a smile. I think Gandalf has a lot of potential. Gandalf is too righteous and tough. It's too troublesome to defeat him. Why don't we lure the white-robed wizard, Saruman? When the world was first created, he and I were both gods of arcane energy. We're old friends, Sauron said. Gandalf is known as the wisest Maya. He can defeat Saruman, but Saruman is no match for him. If Saruman becomes the Devil King, Gandalf can defeat him alone. Then, why should the people of the world unite to fight against evil? Without a world war, how can we end the era? So, we can only choose the strongest Devil King, Dany said. Are you sure Saruman can't defeat Gandalf? Saruman is the leader of the White Dao Association. Soren doubted. Dani smiled and shook her head. Combat strength is not equal to strength. Think about yourself. Your combat strength is not that great either. You can't even beat a mortal. Soren Wang-chong blushed. Heroes don't count as mortals. I've decided to choose Saruman. Saruman is useless. If he fails, then Soren, Soren and Soren were both gods under Aoki. Until the fall of King Soren, Soren had always been the number one Maya under Aoki. It was only after Soren joined Mirko that Saruman slowly rose to prominence. But even today, he was still not the most powerful man under Aoli. Gandalf, on the other hand, was too awesome. He was the number one subordinate god of the god King Manwë. Although in the previous eras, Ianwi and Sauron appeared more often, and Gandalf barely had any lines, Ianwi was only Manwë's messenger, and Sauron the Great Eagle was his hired thug. What was Gandalf doing back then? He was also the number one subordinate god of Crybaby, Nina. He was helping Nina repair the earth and pacifying the undead in Mandu Hall. Nina was a main god on the same level as Aoki, Yavanna, and Valda. Dani felt that if Soren did not turn dark, he would not even be comparable to Gandalf. The Great World of the Seven Gods. Dragon Calendar, Year 1800, Spring. Snowy Mountain, Sky Dragon Temple. Great Ancestor, you must help me. The thief is vicious, my kingdom is about to fall. A silver-haired old man in his early 50s kowtowed and wailed on the ice crystal floor under the stone steps outside the temple. Stop wailing, this is not the Targaryen family's villa. Do you want to be laughed at by the great families of the world? Through the door, the dwarf's impatient voice could be heard clearly. Great Ancestor, I am about to become the first Targaryen to fall. The people of the world will laugh at me. What is there to be afraid of? The old man shouted. The mottled red wooden door creaked open. The dwarf walked out with a wretched expression. Beside him was a tall and mighty brown-haired woman. 200 years ago, your great ancestor had already made things clear. Flowers do not last 100 days. If you lose your kingdom, then so be it. The clan will ensure that you live a worry-free life. The dwarf sighed. Great ancestor, I am the three-headed red dragon Targaryen. The old man pointed at the clan crest on his chest. There were 4 major branches of the Targaryen family. Dany's newly created pentashade dragon Targaryen, Sansa and Aegon inherited the black sword three-headed red dragon Targaryen from the mediocre King Aegon, Jon's ice-blue three-headed dragon Targaryen, and the dwarf's orthodox three-headed red dragon Targaryen. Of course, to this day, Dany's descendants had produced hundreds of kings. Naturally, there were hundreds of Targaryen branches. Many of them had even changed their surnames. Generally speaking, this old man was a descendant of the dwarf, although he did not leave behind any descendants. Yes, Dany's descendants had inherited his fief. What's wrong with the Deer Cauldron Kingdom? Tyrion asked helplessly. Saladin Leo already had great power and authority. Now, he wanted to forcefully marry my only daughter, intending to use marriage as a means to legally seize the throne of the Deer Cauldron Kingdom. I was prepared to find a son-in-law among the Targaryens and had already chosen him. But Saladin was too arrogant. He actually sent someone to assassinate him. The old man complained tearfully. Thunder God, Saladin. The dwarf's expression was solemn. I remember that he already has several wives. The Leo family is a heretic that entered our world when the heavenly spheres converged. According to their customs, they can marry multiple wives. But we Targaryens are believers of the 7 gods. How can we marry a heretic and share a husband with several women? That's too much. The old man shouted. Sigh, there have been too many heretics recently. Even the Westeros are in a mess because of them. The 7 gods are too merciful. The onlookers on the side sighed. Sakia, bring him to Sky Dragon Temple. I'll find someone to inquire about Saladin, Tyrion said to the Megalosaurus's wife. With that, he leaped and transformed into a 40-meter-long four-legged megalosaurus, flying north at supersonic speed. At the gates of hell, Tyrion found old Ymont, who was emitting a holy white light. "Old man, what did the Holy Mother say? Can I destroy Saladin's tribe?" Old Ymont shook his head solemnly. "You can't destroy him. Saladin has the mandate of heaven for the next few thousand years." "The mandate of heaven?" Tyrion shouted in shock. "How is that possible? Without the great calamity of the era and the new era, where would the mandate of heaven come from? Saladin's bloodline talent is second only to the elves' ancient blood. His era is the new era." Old Ymont said. "Isn't it just summoning lightning?" Tyrion was puzzled. "No, his Song of Lightning has the potential to evolve into the creation lightning. That is the first fire, divine lightning that can split heaven and earth apart in the void realm. Not to mention a Targaryen princess, the Holy Mother of Believers is willing to sacrifice all the girls in the Targaryen family for this possibility. It is not Dany. Of course, the benefits will be taken by Dany in the end, just like the ancient blood." The old man sighed. Tyrion's eyes flashed and asked, "Can we take away his mandate of heaven?" "How?" The old man frowned. Isn't he a stud horse? We Targaryens have never lacked women and children. It is only because of the strict rules of the family that they are unable to imitate their seniors and throw themselves into the passion garden. Now it is time for them to display their strengths and contribute to the family. Not only do we have to marry off our daughters, we also have to get those wives, mature women, old fairies, fake Lolas and real scoundrels to his side. Without leaving a trace, without telling them anything, just let them gather together spontaneously. Then, let him sow seeds every day and have no time to cultivate. After a few hundred years, when a child with both the Targaryen bloodline and the divine lightning of creation grows up. Will he still have a mandate of heaven? The dwarf said sinisterly. Old Ymont was dumbfounded. Tyrion, Tyrion, suddenly, a familiar voice seemed to come from outside of time. It was illusory and hard to grasp. Dany? Old Ymont was shocked. You, Tyrion was stunned and said in surprise, "Is that Saladin so important that you have to come personally?" Saladin? Dany, who was outside of time, thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Don't mess around. Even if your honey trap succeeds, his son is not much different from him. I am determined to get the divine lightning of chaos. No matter what, the will of the world will let the song of the thunder god be sung. Jon and Jaime might even become true gods after him. Jaime can become a true god too." Tyrion was surprised and delighted. After 3,000 years, his Song of Nights will begin, and after about 50,000 years, it will be completed, Dany said. "Won't you affect the future if you tell us now?" Old Ymont asked worriedly. "Don't worry, you won't affect the future. Old Ymont doesn't appear in the mortal world, but Jaime and I will visit Old Man Tywin's grave every spring festival. After that, we will have a reunion dinner together," the dwarf said. "I'm afraid you won't be able to visit Tywin's grave for the next 3,000 years. "I have a mission for you," Dany said. "What mission?" "I've encountered a completely sealed high-level world in a high-level universe. Information and thoughts can only enter, but not leave. My clone is facing a great calamity, but she doesn't know anything about it and can't do anything about it. I want you to take on the calamity in her place," Dany said. The dwarf's expression became twisted. "Can't you find me when something good happens?" Old Ymont comforted him. "Dany definitely won't give you a mission that will definitely kill you. With her current realm, she can at least protect your life." "I really have to die this time," Dany said. Old Ymont was stupefied. She hurriedly added, "But old man, you're right. With my current realm, there's no difference between life and death. It's just a clone, why do you want me to take the risk?" The dwarf helplessly asked. That clone knows too many secrets of the high-level first flame. Since the world is completely sealed, information can only enter but not leave. How do you know about the great calamity that even she doesn't know about? The dwarf doubtfully asked. Danny was silent for a moment and sighed. I'll tell you the secret now. In a while, I'll erase your memories from the source of time. In fact, before I send you in, your memories and humanity will be deleted or slightly adjusted. Not only you, but also my clone. She doesn't even know that her main body has the flame of creation. Do you understand what I mean? Tyrion's expression was solemn. You have competitors, and their realm in the first flame is higher than yours? There are many experts in the upper universe, and I'm far from being the strongest. Danny first sighed heavily and then excitedly said, but I have the initiative. The Earth I've been guarding can resonate with other Earths and even the world origins related to Earth. Although I can't see my clone's memories, I can vaguely see the direction of fate, the fate of the world, and the role my clone plays in the fate of the world. When Soren decided to find Saruman, his fate of defeat was set. But in the 4th and 5th eras after him, who would become the Dark Demon Monarch? My clone thought that by hiding behind the scenes, she could escape the fate of becoming the Dark Demon Monarch and then being defeated. But in reality, the 4th and 5th eras will be modernized, and even star-oriented societies. There won't be any great demon monarchs in the classical sense. A mastermind like her happens to be the correct way to become the Dark Demon Monarch of the new era. You want me to be the mastermind behind the scenes? Tyrion asked. With your meager strength and shallow knowledge, how are you qualified to be the mastermind behind the scenes? Danny said in disdain. Chapter 1193. You just said that there was no classical demon lord in the 4th and 5th eras, and that the mastermind is more suitable, Tyrion said with a wooden face. The mastermind is suitable, but not the only one. Of course, I have to make the choice that benefits me the most. But you have no choice, and you still have to let me block the disaster. What right do you have to compete with the creator of that world? Tyrion said. Not bad. You lack knowledge, but you don't lack wisdom. You quickly grasped the main point. Danny praised and smiled. That creator is called Eru, the only god. It knows everything in the world called Eru. It knows everything that I know. It knows what I am thinking, what I am doing, and even what I am going to do in the future. I don't know what I'm doing or thinking, let alone my future, but I know that I act and think. I know what choice I will make when faced with a choice. More importantly, I have roughly figured out Eru's thinking and way of doing things through observation for several eras. I gave the opportunity to choose to Eru and me in Eru. In this way, I achieved the goal of indirectly interfering with the cycle of Eru's era. Of course, I don't have much ambition. I don't want to control Eru. I only hope to ensure that Angorian can survive until the universe is destroyed. Her words were a bit confusing, but Tyrion immediately understood. You and Eru stood on the 2nd floor. Eru stood on the 3rd floor. You here stood on the 4th floor. Danny smiled bitterly and said, You think too highly of me. It's true that Eru stood on the 3rd floor, but I'm definitely not on the 4th floor. I barely climbed onto the balcony on the 3rd floor with 2 hands and tried my best to do pull-ups. The serious lack of information in Eru is a shortcoming that is difficult to make up for. Tyrion thought for a moment and asked, in order to maintain the split soul in Eru for a long time, your main consciousness must also be in the upper universe. Then what are you now? If it's a split soul, it shouldn't be able to exist for a long time through the upper and lower dimensional walls. I'm outside of time. If my main body is in the upper universe from 1600 to 10,000 years of the dragon calendar, then what about after 10,000 years? If I return after 10,000 years, can I return to the present? Of course, my current state is much more advanced than time travel. I am the me outside of time. I am the me from 1600 years ago, and also the me from 10,000 years or a million years later. I transcend time and stand above it. The world of the seven gods is my territory, and I can easily do this. But in the upper universe, I'm just an ordinary Tao seeker. Therefore, my main body must head to the upper universe. Therefore, even though my true body went to the upper universe, I could still control the lower universe. Tyrion frowned. I don't quite understand. You don't have to understand. You just have to understand that I will never do anything that is detrimental to myself. Tyrion's mouth twitched. But I just want to know if you're doing something bad to me. Everyone is a loving family. If it's good for Dany, wouldn't it be good for you too? Ymont Sr. chuckled. When you were alive, although you were biased towards her, you would still say a few words of justice from time to time. But now. Tell me, is this something a human should say? She's obviously asking me to block the tribulation. I'm going to die. The dwarf shouted. Sigh, don't blame me for being biased. You all grew up safely under her wings. As the umbrella holding up the sky, she had to take risks and roam the outside world, fighting with many powerful enemies for every tiny opportunity. How difficult and dangerous it is. Old Ymont Sr. said with a complicated expression. Dany was a little touched. The old man understood the hardships and helplessness of being the head of the family, after all. Tyrion sighed helplessly. That one god, will he let me enter the first sub-god? Sagrador knows that I'm not Angorian, just as he knows. But I'm not sure about their plans in the first sub-god. Just like the highly evolved first flame, he knows how difficult it is to perfectly replace a person's life imprint. Therefore, he's sure that I'm definitely in existence at the level of a creator god. Just like when a sculptor sees a master-level sculpture, he'll definitely be able to confirm that the creator of the sculpture is also a master-level sculpture. Dany explained Sagrador and Angorian, then sneered. I've taken a liking to Eru and want to grasp the secret of the first flame's evolution from him. He also wants to scheme against me. He knows that I'm not as good as him, so he wants to devour me. If he devours me, he'll be able to grasp another path of evolution for the first flame. Unfortunately, as a half-completed first flame, I deeply understand how strong the evolved first flame is. When I entered the first sub-god, I cleared most of my memories. The me in the first sub-god is like a blank piece of paper. I have the goal of filling the paper with information. I don't even know that I've grasped the flame of creation, and I don't even know that my path is the song of ice and fire, and not just simply allowing the first flame to evolve. It sounds so complicated and dangerous. It's even more terrifying than the power struggle in the imperial court. Old Ymont's face was pale as he muttered to himself. I thought that the powerful beings are all aloof from worldly affairs, indifferent, extraordinary, and unrestrained. Tyrion was also shocked. I didn't expect that even after becoming a creator god, there's still so much intrigue, deception, and swords. It's even more intense than the battles between mortals. The greater the power, the greater the desire. Desire is the source of evil. The greater the desire, the less morals one has. Hence, the powerful beings are all extremely evil. Dany sighed softly. Then, she continued solemnly, because of my caution, Eru hasn't been able to take advantage of me all this while. It needs a breakthrough point, and Sagrador's cross-realm summoning talent is one direction. I even suspect that Sagrador is the trump card that Eru prepared for me. In recent years, Sagrador's main body outside the first sub-god has been searching for me in the dark dimension. I'm guessing that he wants to send a message to my main body from the first sub-god to make me anxious and confused. Since that's the case, I'll purposely expose a flaw and send it to them. Tyrion felt a sense of familiarity. He pointed at his nose and muttered, "The flaw is me. You're my only brother, my biological brother. What would Eru think? You're clearly a dumb muggle. Now, you can cultivate, live forever, and become a great true god." I'll give you the Song of the 10 Laws later. It's all because of my careful care. What would Eru think if he knew? Danny smiled. Song of the 10 Laws. Tyrion wasn't wild with joy. Instead, he was trembling. How much would he gain from such a huge investment? The greater the reward, the greater the risk. Suddenly, Tyrion's expression changed. He shouted, I remember now. This feeling. Isn't it the time when you used me and Aegon as meat shields for Simba? Simba's brain isn't as agile as yours. If he falls, he'll really fall. After you fall, you'll understand your true nature and greatly improve your realm. Think about it carefully. Which of the missions I've arranged for you over the years didn't have great benefits? Danny said. Tyrion subconsciously touched the 7-star crown on his forehead and asked, Can you guarantee that I'll become a true god? Will you give me all the 10 laws after I complete the mission? Danny shook her head and said, The 10 laws are bait. It's proof that I love you, my only brother. In the end, I might not be able to keep all of them. Also, only the laws that you comprehend will truly belong to you. I'll help you comprehend more than one song of the laws. Tyrion was a little moved. His talent wasn't that great. In the past 2,000 years, he hadn't even touched the edge of the laws. Now that he was guaranteed to become a powerful true god with many laws, it seemed, where is your main body, and what are you doing? I want to know what are your chances of winning against Eru, he asked. Danny thought for a moment and said, Over the years, I've been to many universes. In the Grim Reaper world, I was the Grim Reaper, materializing 4 Megalosaurus dragon souls into 4 swords. Later, I was lucky enough to come across the broken investiture of the gods' world. I saw Daoist Heavenspan use the immortal slaying 4 swords at the end of the era, returning the world to its origin and turning it into a weak flame. I discussed the Tao with him in the chaos for 10 trillion years. He learned part of my flame of creation, and I learned his immortal slaying 4 swords and the creation polarity of destruction. So, you don't have to doubt my combat power. The result of falling out is just me and Eru stabbing each other in the chest. He may have a long HP bar, but I'm agile. I can travel through time and space without a trace. Well, I'm fast. Why can you discuss the Tao with Daoist Heavenspan, but you and Eru stabbing each other? Old Ymont asked worriedly. Sigh, if I'm stronger than Daoist Heavenspan, I would have swallowed him directly. What's the point of discussing the Tao? 10 trillion years, do I have time? If he's stronger than me, he would have swallowed me long ago. But Eru is stronger than me, much stronger. Danny sighed. Ymont's face contorted, and he said embarrassedly, Isn't it good for everyone to be friendly? Old man, you're already so old. How can you say such childish things? My level is too low. If he discussed the Tao with me as an equal, I would get much more than he gets from me. It was like a primary school student sharing knowledge with a college student. Who would benefit more? More importantly, there's only one Tao. I have my own Tao, and now I need Eru's knowledge even more. He doesn't need my knowledge as much. He's reached a bottleneck in the evolution of the first flame, and he's more eager to take over my Tao. If he knows that the Song of Ice and Fire can be merged and become the supreme law of the universe, Eru will most likely give up on Eru and enter the lower universe to take over the great world of 7 gods. The original name of this world is the World of Ice and Fire. Why did I change its name to the Great World of 7 Gods? I'm afraid that you'll reveal your origins when you're wandering in another world, and people will find out the secret of this world. What's the Song of Ice and Fire? Tyrion and Ymont were confused. Oh, it slipped out of my mouth. I forgot that I deleted this memory from everyone's mind when I was at the origin of time. Danny said strangely. Tyrion and his son were dumbfounded. How many memories did you change? Not much. I just made sure that my secret wasn't leaked. The dwarf sighed and finally asked, What immortal slaying sword? What sort of destruction? They're all desperate moves. Don't you have a chance of winning? If the two gods of creation really fight, I'm afraid that not even ashes will be left if I'm caught in the crossfire. Of course there's a chance. My main body is currently a tidal Dolua in the great world of Dolua. The laws of that world are very mysterious. If I can make good use of them, my potential won't lose to ours. What laws? Tyrion asked curiously. It can merge many songs of laws into one. It's not like mixing dough and stone. Instead, it's like mixing water and milk, and a qualitative change occurs. Dany said with a solemn expression, in our world, it's very difficult for two different laws to be linked. In other words, it's very difficult to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. However, in the Dolua world, 8 laws or even more can be merged into one, increasing one's strength by 10 times or even 100 times. Tyrion's heart skipped a beat. You want to merge the 4 elements into a world? That's right. Once you become a god of creation, you'll have the qualifications to fight with Eru. I've seen Eru's methods. If the realm of the 4 elements forming a world is on the 1st floor, then Eru is on the 3rd floor. So, I have to find another way. At this point, Dany laughed. You know that I'm proficient in spirit bestowment techniques. I bestow a spirit to the earth. The earth has a spirit, so it gives birth to an earth soul ring. I bestow a spirit to the sky. The sky has a spirit, so it gives birth to a soul ring. After that, there's also wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and other natural phenomena. What 10,000-year black soul ring, 100,000-year red soul ring? They're all trash in front of me, the white ring Dolua. After that, I'll also bestow a spirit to the sun and a spirit to the black hole. He, especially the black hole. My Angorian body is a black hole. As long as my understanding of black holes and the celestial universe surpasses Eru, even if I'm inferior in other aspects, when Eru dies out, I'll be able to keep my achievements in Eru. The dwarf finally asked, what should I do? You don't have to do anything. Eru knows everything. I'll split you into 2, the kind Tyrion and the evil Tyrion. I'll only send in the angel Tyrion, that I've specially customized, and leave the rest to fate's natural evolution. Dany said with a sly smile. Chapter 1194. The Third Era, the year 2790. In the low wooden house by the lake, Tyrion was sweating profusely. The hammer in his hand and the sword on the anvil made a ping 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 sound. In the blacksmith shop, dwarves were carrying buckets and charcoal to and fro. Outside the house, he could vaguely hear the sound of his elder brother negotiating with the human traders. Humans were treacherous, and human traders were even more treacherous. This kind of business with treacherous traders should be done by the clever second prince of Turin, but Tyrion really didn't want to face the question of, how can a half-human have a dwarf for a father, from strangers? Tyrion Turin, a half-human, the illegitimate son of the king under the mountain, therein too. When he lived in Lonely Mountain, the dwarves didn't treat him differently. Only the humans liked to make a fuss about nothing. Although his wife had an illegitimate son with his half-human cousin, therein too didn't abandon his wife and son. Later, he had another son and daughter with his wife. A dwarf who loves gems is a real dwarf. A half-human who can't control his second son is a real half-human. This was a popular proverb among the dwarves and half-humans. The dwarves were already used to the illegitimate son of a half-human. A half-human male and a half-human female dwarf gave birth to a half-human female dwarf, and a half-human female dwarf gave birth to a half-human male dwarf. It was very magical. Dwarves and half-humans were very distinct, but they were also very close. The two groups had always been living together. The days in Lonely Mountain were very happy, but it didn't last long. Not long after, the evil dragon Smaug came. Tyrion only hated that his soul was transmigrated and he didn't bring the witchcraft of transforming into a demonic dragon. It was too tragic. At that time, the whole Lonely Mountain was like a burning furnace. Countless familiar relatives and friends were burned to ashes. His half-human father, dwarf grandmother, and dwarf mother, who were very good to him, all died in that catastrophe. He was young, only a teenager. His grandfather and father carried him out of the secret passage. But they escaped with their lives, and their family business was all gone. They could only wander around, forging ironware and selling it to human traders to make a living. 20 years passed in a flash. Oh no, oh no. The old king has been killed by the beast men. Suddenly, the sorrowful cry of an old dwarf came from afar. Tyrion hurriedly put down his hammer and ran out with his deformed short legs. Well, his legs were deformed and short, but his feet were bigger and stronger than those of the hobbits. Running barefoot on the muddy ground seemed to be able to obtain an endless supply of energy from the depths of the earth. Running dozens of miles didn't seem to be tiring at all. According to the old dwarf, this was a blessing given by Arcane to the half-humans to make up for their deformed limbs. "What's the matter?" he cried as he ran. Outside the courtyard, there were already many dwarves in shabby clothes gathered together. The weapons merchant with a big belly had not left yet. He stood out from the crowd and was very conspicuous. Woo-woo. The female dwarves were crying, and the male dwarves were swearing. Tyrion squeezed through the crowd and saw his cheapskate father holding a white-haired head, his entire body trembling. His eldest brother, Sorin, and his third brother, Frelin, had red eyes, their faces filled with grief and anger. His younger sister, Dice, was hugging her two nephews and crying softly. He walked closer and saw that it was his grandfather's head. There was even a name carved on the face. Azogul. Who is he? Tyrion clenched his fists and roared while suppressing his anger. The Beast Man, King of the Misty Mountains. The dwarf, Enar, who had brought back the head of the previous king, cried. "This is a provocation." The eldest, Sorin, gritted his teeth. "No, this is not a provocation, this is a humiliation, a declaration of war." Tyrion walked to his cheapskate father. "Father, we have no choice but to go to war. But we only have so few people left, and we definitely can't win if we fight head-on. We need allies. Send a letter to Iron Hill." Saran hugged her father's head and sobbed. Back then, Aoki created 7 dwarves, so there were 7 dwarven families in total. The royal family was the long-bearded dwarf, Turin, and his descendants. The dwarves lived in the mines of Moria in the Misty Mountains, the place where Gandalf met the Balrog in The Lord of the Rings, for thousands of years. Because the mines were too deep, the Balrog that was hiding deep underground was awakened. The Balrog that could only be used as cannon fodder in the First Era became a top-level boss in the Third Era. It defeated the entire dwarven race with its own strength. After escaping from Moria, the royal family of Turin was divided into 2 brothers. One was the main branch and settled in Lonely Mountain, the place where The Hobbit took place. The younger brother led the other branch and moved to Iron Hill in the east, the dwarves who came to Sorin's aid in The War of the 5 Armies. But in less than a few hundred years, there were too many treasures in Lonely Mountain, and it attracted smog. The royal family of Turin became refugees again, which was Tyrion and his group now. Even the prince had to work as a blacksmith to support his family. Originally, with 3 generations of ancestors and grandchildren still around, 3 generations living under the same roof, it could be considered a happy and harmonious life. But the old man's madness acted up, and he only brought 1 servant to Moria to reclaim the old capital. His head was chopped off by the orcs, and the name of the murderer was carved on his forehead. Tyrion glanced at the weapons merchants who were watching from the sidelines, and whispered, "Dad, we can send a letter to Uncle, but we can't let the Iron Hill dwarves take the lead. This is a blood feud between us, the dwarves of Lonely Mountain." He was only a half-human, so he didn't feel awkward saying this. But we only have these few people. Selene said bitterly. Smelling the stench of the corpse, Tyrion sighed and said, let's bury grandfather first. We can discuss the recruitment later. 3 days later, Selene, his 3 sons, and a number of relatives and officials, in The Hobbit, the 12 dwarves who accompanied Thorin in reclaiming Lonely Mountain were all side branches of the royal family of Turin, gathered by the well in the backyard, and held a family meeting about revenge and future national policy. Father, there are many people in the Black Barbarian land, human tribes in the wilderness, wandering dwarves and hobbits. You are the king, and you should take the people as your subjects, Tyrion said first. The main characters of the Second Era were the Númenóreans, and the main characters of the Third Era were still the Dendane people. Currently, there were only 2 kingdoms that could be considered civilized in Middle-earth, the North and the South, Arnor in the North, and Gondor in the South. Arnor was founded by Erendil, a side branch of the Dendane royal family who survived the Great Cataclysm. Gondor blocked the gates of Mordor, and was founded by Isildo and his brother. Erendil was Isildo's father, so the 2 kingdoms shared a monarch for a long time. Arnor and Gondor, which originated from the Númenóreans, were naturally the center of human civilization. The other places were very barren. For example, the Black Barbarian land where the Turin dwarves were wandering. Just from the name, one could tell how primitive the civilization was. But in reality, the Black Barbarian land was only a few hundred kilometers away from Rohan, the nomadic people in The Lord of the Rings, and Rohan was next to Gondor. If the Black Barbarian land was so barren, one could imagine how the other places were like. We can raise the flag of the Dwarven Emperor and recruit the dwarves as our direct subjects, expanding the base of the Turin royal family. The hobbits are also very short, and look like half-humans, so we can take them in as well. As for the humans, we can make them the vassals of the Dwarven Emperor, and guard the borders of the Dwarven lands. Tyrion became more and more excited as he spoke, and his ugly face turned red. The dwarves beside him were confused. We are Turin dwarves, and the barbarian dwarves are not of the same race as us, Thorin said with a frown. The hobbits are like half-humans, but they are not half-humans. Half-humans are the cousins of dwarves, but hobbits are not, Balin mumbled. His father, Thorlane, also shook his head and said, let's write to Uncle Grawl of the Iron Hill. My father is his brother, and he will not ignore this blood feud. Tyrion remembered that the dwarves were famous for their stubbornness, and he was afraid that he would not be able to persuade them, so he said, how about this, let's learn from Grandpa and Uncle Grawl, and start splitting up now. My eldest brother will inherit the throne of the king under the mountain, and I will be the second son. Like Uncle Grawl, I will get a part of the family property and come out to work alone. I am not dead yet. And how old are you? You are only in your early 40s, how can you go out on your own? Thorlane glared at him. I didn't want to split up before, but Grandpa was beheaded by a half-orc, so I have to gather all forces for revenge, Tyrion shouted. Actually, it is not a bad idea to split up now. Tyrion has always been a restless person. If we split up, he will be less restrained, and you will also be less angry, Thorlane, Groin mumbled. He was one of the 12 dwarven warriors in The Hobbit, and also the father of the dwarf Gimli of the Ring Protection Team in The Lord of the Rings. At the same time, he was also part of the royal family of Turin. The dwarf king, who had lost his kingdom, thought about it carefully and felt that his brother's words made sense. He nodded and said hesitantly, but now we are poor, and have no property to give to Tyrion. One Marilla, one lonely mountain. Brother, you pick first, and leave the rest to me, Tyrion laughed. Sorin frowned and said, in the depths of Marilla, there is the Bane of Turin, the name given by the dwarves to the Balrog, and it is now occupied by the half-orcs. The lonely mountain has become Smaug's lair, and you will not get anything. I only want righteousness and hope. I will use righteousness to gather the people, and hope to arm the warriors. One day, I will make hope a reality, and righteousness will become the crown on my head, Tyrion said. Good. You are indeed my son, you have ambition." The old dwarf king praised and clapped his hands. He turned to his eldest son and said, "Soren, you are the eldest son, you pick first. I was born in the lonely mountain, and I have never seen Marilla. I want to go home," Soren murmured. "All right, from today onwards, please call me King of Marilla," Tyrion said in high spirits. "What about me, father, eldest brother, second brother, what will I get?" The third brother, Frelin, asked excitedly. "You." Tyrion looked at his younger brother's youthful face and said, "I will be the king, and you will be the prince. Marilla is very big, and it runs through the Misty Mountains and connects the eastern and western continents. Each of us will guard one end." "Ha, thank you, second brother," Frelin grinned foolishly. At first, all the dwarves thought that Tyrion's title of King of Marilla was a joke, but as he used the title of King of Marilla to recruit the first batch of 200 wandering dwarves from the Dark Barbarian, his cheap father's expression became serious, and the Turin dwarves stopped laughing behind his back. When Tyrion incorporated the 200 wandering dwarves into his personal guards, and arranged 10 Turin dwarves as team leaders, and his younger brother Frelin as the commander, the other Turin dwarves began to look at the actions of this half-human dwarf king with cautious eyes. He asked Iron Hill's uncle to be the guarantor, and borrowed a large sum of money from the human merchants. He then used the money to buy supplies and food, and equipped 211 dwarven guards with goat mounts. After that, Tyrion personally led the royal guards to sweep through the Dark Barbarian on a large scale. At first, he only wanted the dwarves. 2 years later, a small kingdom of 3,000 dwarves was established at the border between the Dark Barbarian and the Misty Mountains. With 3,000 dwarves, Tyrion finally began to accept the barbarian tribes as his vassals. His method was very simple: he gave them iron tools and salt. No tribe could refuse iron tools, weapons, and salt as white as fine sand. 5 years later, King Marilla used the newly mined gold, silver, and gems to repay the loan from the human merchants, and tripled the amount. King Marilla's reputation for being generous, honest, and trustworthy gradually spread to the nearby kingdoms. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.